I kinda, yeah, kinda sure. Sorry, kinda sure. No more. That's why there is an S at the end. Hmm? Hmm? How's the day going? How was the weekend? All day. I think it was a weekend. Yeah, I'm struggling with some things when it comes to like figuring out what needs to happen. I made a post about it on LinkedIn again. Apparently, I'm on LinkedIn actively right now. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. It's a debatable thing. It's a cat. Hi, work on it. How's the day going? Oh, that's broken. That. Oh, that's me. I'm broken. Oh, so much. We have so much fluff today. I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm gonna complain about it without really complaining about it. But I have so much fluff around here. So much fluff around here. Perfect. Ah, work on it. Ah, you can paint the floof on the sides. Yeah, on the top it's kind of still hard. Like not so great. But yeah, lot of floof everywhere, which is not the great things. But yeah, that God damn, it happens. It happens. Yeah, yeah. How's the weekend, cat? How's the thing? The thing being you. Ah, yeah, no, it's kind of it's okay. I feel like I am due to go to the hairdresser finally, and I don't want to go. But I think I need to get rid of all the bleached hands and get mostly of the natural color, healthy hair, you know, revive things, which means that all of the back, fine, but all of the side right here is gonna be shorter. And I don't know if I want that. Debating. Debating. One of the debate was, and some of you have heard that, I I wanted to not go back to the hairdresser in France and only go to the hairdresser in Japan, meaning that I would, you know, uh, uh, go back soon. That was the plan, and it's been a year and a half. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is a year and a half of growth, which is pretty good. I see. It was a weekend. Well, if it was a weekend, that's good. That is good. Uh, you have gray hair. Yeah, I have two. I have two right here. That are just like going on the sides, in the center at least, and I have like others, but I don't have much. I used to have white hair, so I didn't know. Maybe they are from very much long ago. Maybe they are very new. I have no clue. Uh, but yeah. Hmm. Yeah, that happens. That happens. We have uh half news, I guess. Not really news, but news, like that type of situation. So this again got some updates today, which is good updates. We now have something that is a bit more efficient. We have some sort of a fake heat map, minimal representation of the thing, which I do like. I changed the title text fonts to be a bit less distracting. They used to be kind of bigger, so now they are a bit better. On stream, it might not really be as transparent as it should be, so I don't know. But yeah, that's the thing. This thing, I'm gonna see if I can pinpoint where it is. Yeah, that thing right there. is probably going to go out soon. It's currently like a segment control, and segment control are not the greatest, specifically if you look at it on the far right. Yes, that's the side. On the far right of it, the dictionary word is already very tight, and my phone is one of the biggest phone in Apple lineups. So that means that on a smaller phone, it's like everything is tighter, and that's not. I mean, we like tighter, but not here. That's no good. So, probably gonna have to change that to something like a tab button situation. Nonetheless, we now have things that are limited with a bit of a transition in between the tabs themselves. I decided to, have some tabs transition, and it was a bit of a mess for these because we're moving from a data set of 200 entries to a data set of 10,000 entries. The system had a bit of a issue there, so I had to introduce some sort of a delay for the update of the screen. So yeah, so that's a thing. It's a bit annoying. It seems as if the view was less responsive, so I don't like it as much. And it's also like working for me because I have probably the most amount of progress compared to regular users, but also I don't know because I don't track users. So maybe I'm not. I have no clue. Nonetheless, the transitions are okay and they kind of work. So that's a good thing. And then I put the enhanced analytics things at the top that is now behind the paywall. So if you are a subscriber, you have access to all of the other things that are interesting. The plan soon is going to make sure that all of these cards that I have access to in enhanced analytic are still displayed in not enhanced, but with fake data or with um, blurred data, like some of the shit that you need to do to ensure that the people that are using the app are willing to pay because they see that they can see things potentially if they pay for the subscription. I hate doing this. If I could put it for free, I would put it for free. I can't. I mean, I can, but I won't. So yeah, that's the thing. Today I kind of worked on this card right here, the progress overview, because it looks like shit, obviously. And I think the version that is like the detailed version is much better. So I'm probably gonna just use that instead. Um, because that works. It's colorful, it's funny, it has text. Yeah, that's the thing. I can also see that there is like a ton of options and a ton of things in there that don't work, like the 6,600 items, the blue one. That doesn't exist. Like I only have practiced like 500, 600-ish max. So need to fix that. But yeah, that's overall that is a good progress to date. Was a bit of a pain, but it's good progress. Someone on Threads posted something saying that now with the new version, you could 100% put the search bar that is currently at the top. Instead of having the system putting it at the bottom, you could have it put at the top back. And I tried, and it doesn't work. So I don't get it. I don't understand. I would say that's the most annoying thing. I do not understand why all the thing that Apple has given for how to place elements do not work anymore, or do not work at all. Like, if I go into this view here, the basic things is searchable is the thing that triggers the fact that there is a search bar inside of
Manbrave just
Manbrave.
resubscribed for 15 months.
That was in sync. Manbrave, welcome in. Thanks for the resub for 15 months. That is a long time. I appreciate it. Oh boy, how's the day going? Thanks a lot for reaching out again. I said that twice. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. I'm currently complaining about iOS. Classic things. So this thing right here, right? Searchable is what defined that there is a search bar in the view, and then text is the text that's inside of the search bar. Placement is the placement in the view officially, but navigation bar drawer doesn't seem to work. And I tried navigation bar and it's not working either. Um, and so it's a bit of a mess, and I don't really understand why that's the case. So it's pissing me off. Um, is it's not supposed to do that. I've tried most of these things already, and every time that I launch that app in the regular view of the new version of Xcode, it just doesn't want to put the search bar where it's supposed to be. So we end up with the search being basically on top of this view because it's not. I think I know what the issue is, to be honest. I think the main reason is because the header of the view is not in the view and it's part of the main view. I know that's confusing. It's confusing from what I just said. So if you didn't understand, I get it. I didn't either. But yeah, like the view that I'm supposed to have, which has the title and the search bar at the top, is here, but I'm placing the search uh, somewhere else. So that's I guess that's the issue. At the end of the day, I don't know. I might have like some sort of a search placement in here. That might be a reason for the thing, but the more I look at it, the least it is. So yeah, we don't have searchable in it. So I might have to though. That might work. That will be a bit of a pain in the ass, but that might work. Mm, we'll see. Nonetheless, but that's kind of new. I think if I'm launching the preview here, it's broken. Yes, indeed. Good thing that I know that. So it's absolutely shit. And that's because the data that is supposed to be fetched doesn't fetch in simulator or in preview mode. That makes sense. We have no data that's saved in there, so you know we're good. Nonetheless, that's a lot of things that have been happening today that are really nice because now I have more data to showcase and more things that are more aligned with what I wanted to have, specifically that heat map that is not really a heat map, but it's still a heat map type situation. Um, I feel like it's okay. It's a bit subtle, might be too subtle. Yeah, I don't care. I kind of do, but we'll see. Like that's the thing that I've been working on at least for the past week and a half. So that's good to have some transitions. It's good to have some good-ish data, at least as much as I have. And you know, uh, like one of the thing that is a bit annoying is, for example, here on that view specifically, you can see that in my. I mean, you might not be able to see because it's tiny as fuck. In my progress, dictionary progress things, I have 580 words that are mastered, and I have currently 94 that are in the learning stage. So, small green thing and a small blue thing. That in total is more than the blue one that is right here, that is 294. And that is the unique items that have received practice and have data on them. So, the, no, difference in between the two is something that I don't really know how to fix because I can't use the previous data to infer progress from the user, but I can't also not display it. So it's a bit of a thing where I'm like, maybe I should display 294 with data out of 580 total, 660 total words. I don't know. It's complicated. Data is the most annoying things for me. And when I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it could work. Maybe it doesn't work. Why does it not work? I don't know. So that's where I stand right now. Just unaware, willing, but unaware. Nonetheless, Story, you haven't said things about your weekend. If you, I mean, you haven't. That's all I'm saying. I asked, so that's the thing that I'm working on. Um, we have some things in the news. Not much in the news, but some things in the news. Um, in terms of right about here. I don't know. I don't know. I just asked. I just asked. There is more and more of a pattern that I can see, which we've seen before and we talked about before, but like this one is pretty interesting. This is from last week and we didn't really talk about it. I like the fact that this person said Apple Fluent Design and Microsoft Liquid Glass on purpose, you know, on purpose, so that it triggers all of the Apple fanboy to come go into the comments, which wasn't enough apparently, but fine. But Liquid Glass from Microsoft or Fluent Design uh, has been revealed a long time ago, and the documentation for it was really good. We talked about it in extent in some of the previous first streams in 2021 ish. Because it was nice, it was a good thing on paper, and it was never introduced properly, which was kind of sad. But it had a lot of things that were interesting because it hasn't been, uh, you know, implemented. And then the second thing is difference in between the two is that this one has been 3D generated, and this one has been physically made. So that is the level of difference, I would say, where these things are not rendered, they are treated with acrylic, plexiglass, glass, I don't know, some things to ensure that the people that are designing are entering in a way that is like, have a good gym time. A, the most accurate way of representing something. That's interesting. Um, that happens. That is impressive of you, Story. I don't know if you did nothing at all, but congrats. Congrats. Um, we've seen more glass happens, and that's one of the thing that is the pattern that you will see across the whole likes thing that I have for today. Um, we've been seeing things that are more and more realistic since liquid glass. Um, so, you know, these ones are really cute. That's it. They, that's all I wanted to say. They are really cute. Like, I really like what they did on this. I think it's really nice. I think it has a nice design overall, and they have all of the small details that makes an icon stand out for small sizes, as in each of the illustrations have a border that is a tad bit darker. And so when you're looking at them from their respective sizes, you get something that is pretty cool. You know, it's you still see the details, you still see the things. For you right now on stream, it might not be visible. Why? For me, he it's still there. So good stuff. That's it. This one was really nice. I feel like this is something that is going to happen a ton with the new version of Figma Stroke, giving us the ability to have distortions on strokes and elements and things, and that is probably going to take over in some logo type things, which is going to the same pattern of realistic, kind of. So we'll see. We'll see. Realistic. Again, this is similar to the one that we've looked at 3 months ago, the blue one. But this one looks really interesting. It has a very, very nice leather texture and a very, very nice red leather texture. Like this one is glowing, which is pretty impressive. It kind of looks like this is jello or gummy or plastic, and this one is really leather. So that's, I mean, it looks good. That's about it. That is about it. But again, realistic. Also, what anime did you watch? That's my question in my head that I've been thinking about for the past 5 minutes. A lot of people are doing this as well, like transitional elements for while scrolling, and it is interesting. I don't know if I like this one specifically, but I think the concept is really nice. I don't see the point though. Like right here, there is no benefits at all. Like the overall size of the tab bar here compared to the size of the tab bar here do not change anything in the user experience. The only thing that we would do based on newest Apple recommendation is have the search on this side, but that's about it. And so what I would do personally is have this plus still here, but maybe on the side right there, and then the search somewhere else. But unless the search is the main thing that you want to have, in which case, place it wherever it needs to be. But yeah, like I don't see the point. That I like the transition, but I don't see the point. That's something for Bad Cop. Roughly, the thing that we did for the current players in the tournament thingy, contest thingy, Minecraft thingy that we talked about last week. I think this is basically what needs to happen for which players are currently there, and so that way you have quick overview of who they are, their names, what they do. Maybe click on them, bang. It was an expansion, which is impressive. That was fun, which doesn't happen often. If you're a web dev, you know that this is usually the other way around. So a feature that is mostly on Firefox and Safari first for Chrome and Edge. Pretty impressive. I do think that Lizia decided to crop the pictures in a way that we don't see Opera, we don't see the others that might also have support. But I don't know. That's the thing. I haven't checked. I don't think they uh like that they haven't really shared what the feature is um directly, which is kind of sad. But yeah, no, no. But that's true. That is one of the things that I asked myself, and I was like, "What's the feature there? What's the thing?" But I don't know. I don't know. But it's in common. It is in common. Nonetheless, Sake came out of hibernation. Um, haven't seen a tweet from him in a while. So that was interesting. He's been doing the Emil uh, course about animation that we talked about in 6 months, 8 months ago, I think. When I came back here, I think Atakan or someone else was discussing would I or did I think that their course was good enough or interesting enough. And as I said at the time, it's the same thing. It will give you some of the basis, but at the end of the day, the animation process, to get like good animation and good transitions is acquired taste, basically. You need to practice and practice, practice, and see as much animation as possible. And again, some of the best sources for animation is movies and anime and TV shows because they need to convey something in order for the user to understand, and they are usually exaggerating a bit, just a smidge. So when something is bad, your entire chip, house, computer is red. That's bad. If everything is good, it's probably blue, and so on. So these are the type of situation where you can have like some other general things that give you guidance into transitions, animation, all that. Nonetheless, this one is it's an interesting toggle things, and they did that through uh, this link right here, which gives us a bit of a nothing situation. Like there is nothing else in there, which is kind of sad. I wish there was like more in on this website, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, looks nice, and the code is pretty simple. So, you know, like that's nice to see. That is nice to see. Also, that's a failure. That's really sad. That's a pretty bad. Um, Not much. This one was interesting. It's something that we've talked about at some point when we wanted to create something that is raised from the floor. I think there is an environment in which this would be more suitable than right here, but I do understand their use, I would say, right here. So this is as if the bottom of that toolbar was raised to touch the icon, and then the rest of the icons were like on the floor underneath. So you have like a bit of hierarchy in terms of distance from the floor and distance from the user's eye. Uh, I would say in order to render this a bit better, the icon itself needs to be a tad bigger if it's raised. But again, it's like you have your icons at 24 by 24, and here's like 26 by 26. But that's not enough to be perceived per se, but there is still something. Nonetheless, this is really, really simple. We have talked about it before. We have done that in the past. It is basically just get this in the way that you want it to be, and then to get like the top section and bottom section proper, you simply have um, let's do that extremely simple. The 1% right there, you have this with an inner shadow that is white. Then you have a second one that is also an inner shadow that is black, and that is at -4 instead of 4. And then this entire thing is getting a layer blur uh, of something. And that's about it. You're going to just raise a button from the floor. You just do this, and you're kind of good. You still have to do like some of the tweaks to make sure that it works with the thing that you're trying to achieve. But, you know, that's the base of it. It's really simple to raise something from the floor. So that's a nice thing, and it goes into some sort of a liquid glass situation. So that's an interesting point. Um, Rio is trying to or starting to have a bit of an issue with this font, which makes sense. And if you don't know, right there, it's the same font. And the reason why we are using it is because it is one of the default inside of Framer, so it starts to be overused, and so I get it. It's just it stands out from something that we have in Framers. That is one of the reasons. Nonetheless, some of the pattern that we talked about for the past months of having a tab, though this one it is on top. That's a bit of a new one. Usually we have the tab underneath. I'm using it on my app. I'm using it on other places. I've used it in the past. One of the great thing about this in terms of rendering is that you can have that tab um, retracted or opened based on your needs. So for something that is like this, that would give you some information about the activity that is happening, you could have it played, and then when the activity is done, it could just retract itself and give you like a bit more of a view. That's an interesting thing, interesting pattern. Usually at the bottom, but still really nice. I have two of these on today's likes, I think. Um, I don't want to say that this looks bad on paper and better on computer. That person definitely have skills in drawings, but this is the type of thing that you kind of need to present if you are an illustrator in vector format. Like if you are just a designer that does UI and you don't showcase some of the sketches that you have made, you have less uh, credibility now compared to others. The reason for that is because now that we can generate the UI with AI built whatever, and you don't really need to care about it, uh, doing so with having some sort of a sketch preview, organic, human made, basically make you stand out. Smidge. Not much, but a smidge. And so here, when you can see that the creation that they have made have been replicated entirely here, it's interesting. I do think that some of them are better on paper than they are here. Like for example, this one, I think the line going in and doing the loop worked or looked much better than how they have implemented it here. But I also don't know what style they wanted to have. So, that's a different thing. Nonetheless, main point being sketches. That's it. Not wireframes, but sketches. Um, this one was interesting, similar to the one that we talked about last month. Yes, the one that has the cartouche for games that goes into yearly or monthly. This is kind of the same concept. It is a waste of time. That transition, waste of time. But it's fun, and the clients that are on the website might remember this in some cases. However, that is not readable at all. At all. So, you know, details. This would be great as well. Um, we know that there is an X-Men slash new Marvel movie that would happen, and that could be great, physically speaking. However, I don't know that person, and I don't know if they are an actress, and if they don't, that could ruin the entire thing. They would be perfect cast in terms of physics, but not in terms of activities. So debatable. Anyways, pastels again that come back. This was really fun to see. This is really simple to put in place in SwiftUI, so I do like the concept that they have. It is the thing that I've been talking about for the past, I think, 2 months. It is the scroll view identity um, phase thingy in SwiftUI iOS 17, I think, 16 or 17, that has been added. And so it's basically based on what is currently in phase or in its identity phase, that is basically saying what is currently in view and define things. And so that's what I have in the dictionary section on the trucks. So it's fun to see. This is for Yan when he comes in. This is really not what I expected an exhaust to look like. This is mostly for Cat, but also I know that this is not necessarily something that you would like to have. I don't know how it sounds though. I'm kind of scared of the sound because I don't know. Anyways, moving on. We've had this was really similar to what Atacana has done on the website that we looked at last week. So, more things, more things. Again, pastel. I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm gonna say that every time, but like, still, uh, pastel are really, really, really coming back, and I've been seeing some people starting to be bored of pastel again already. So, as always, the cycle is the same. Something is very bright, and therefore, Denny, huh? Welcome in. Welcome back. Something's very bright. People are enjoying it because it changed from the usual thing, and then people get fed up, so they go into pastel, and then people that get fed up with that, and they go into regular colors, and regular colors are not bright enough, so we go back to really bright, and then we go back to full opposite, which is pastels, and so on. So right now we are in the transition to pastel back. So I'm guessing and expecting next year and in 2 years to be like pastel E for most of the design that happened. And then, as always, brighter and more saturated colors 3 years from now, as always, because some people, like myself, are looking at these trends in advance. We are seeing things that are, like just stating the fact that this is already too much for some people, and some designers are moving away from pastel already. So they might have some advantage there, um, to make sure that the brand that they are designing, the apps that they are designing, are not as subtle as these ones. Even though these ones are really good for now. And next year, if you have something that is a bit brighter that comes out next year, it will stand out in the crowd of pastels for everything. But small details. How's the weekend, Denny? How's everything? How was this thinking? You had a lot of thinking to do. Um, Other than that, these one were cool headers for email templates. I think there was like a Figma file or something for that, which is pretty nice. I don't like it to an extent. The main reason why I don't like it is because these things are PNGs and they need to be loaded in the email as PNG, and the instant that your mail client doesn't allow PNGs because you're on an internal network or something, that is not going through. Don't like that.
TG
Oh, Danny.
underscore Khalil raided my stream with 19 viewers.
Well, come on in, girl. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope the stream was good. I saw you change your overlay a tad. Did you? I mean, the thumbnail that I saw this morning, I saw a different color than usual. Anyways, for those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA, I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, we are currently in L Day, which is a learning day. So if you want to learn anything and you want me to, give you some information, feedback, things, Feel free to ask, as always. As always.
That guy Bruce is now following.
Bruce, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm guessing you're coming from the rain. Uh, Danny, that is a good question. I would say the current best is going to be Cursor, but yeah. Um, it depends on the thing that you're trying to build. It depends on the complexity. That's the thing. Uh, Weekend was okay. Noir doesn't exist anymore. um, yeah, no, I think you have it in the um, what is this thing? This one. I think this one is the one that you want, right? That that was the ID, I think. Um, but it's not a command. Not a command anymore. Um, I'm gonna go with Expo Go. Also, I don't know what Expo Go is. That I'm reading that. Um, but yeah, Weekend was okay. Worked on too much stuff. That's uh, that's the situation. Basically, the this section right there is now a bit better than last week, and this is the thing that I've been working on all weekend, with having a bit more data presentation and cards and analytics and shit, and specifically this card right here, which is wasn't necessarily in place before. It still has some issues in terms of the data that is used, but it is better than what we used to have. So I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. So that's just eh. I still need some work, and I'm sad about it because I haven't pushed an update to the app in almost 2 months. It's a month and a half, but almost 2 months to me, and that's bad, personally speaking. I'm used to push things every week and a half, 2 weeks, because it's just faster. So yeah, but that's the thing that I've been working on the whole weekend, basically. Too bad. Too bad. Uh, I'll figure it out though at some point. Cheese, hi, welcome back. How are you? Um, it looks like fun. Yes, maybe, kinda. Yeah. The code side is really, really bad though, because as I said last time, the fact that I have split out some of the files to get like more efficient views and more efficient bits inside of how the app behave and works. Like these files right here have been split, the progress manager has been split as well. So every time that you have like a CloudKit sync manager plus fetch zone plus a forcing plus something, it's stuff that could have been in the initial file right here, but it's basically adding on top. So there is a bit of a more complex, or a bit more complexity that is added every time, but it also removes complexity in one file. It's annoying. I hate it. So that thing has been like a bit of an issue because it's just a mess. But yeah, um, other than that, we're good. Um, you need. So you said you need to learn copy and ads. Yes, you basically need to learn marketing. You're in the same boat as me, Denny. That's the situation. You need to have as much knowledge on marketing as possible so that you can create things that is working. The thing that I know and that is sadly working, and I hate it, but I don't have a choice, uh, is social media. is almost the only option. And so if you want something to be discovered, you basically need to talk about it as much as you can on social media. It is a matter of posting at least one times per day per platform. Um, hey, hard work on it. I agree with that too. So it's just an annoyance for me. I hate it. Um, Also, I'm going to stay on the duck. The duck is pretty cool. But that's basically the only thing we have right now that works in terms of discoverability from a product creation point of view. So if you are working on something, talk about it as much as you can. If you are not sure about what you are trying to build, talk about it as much as you can on social media. It is a matter of some of the recommendation which I hate but are working 15 to 30 posts per day per platform. And so it doesn't mean 15 to 30 posts um, unique per platform. It might be 15 to 30 uh, that are reused, and some of them are specific to a platform because it makes more sense, and some of them are not. But yeah, it doesn't come natural to me either. But again, if I go back on LinkedIn, which I tagged you on a comment yesterday, or this morning, I forgot. I think this morning. Basically, what happened and the reason for that is the feed that I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing people that are in my, I would say, close circles, um, or potential circles. And some of the people that I'm following, or some of the people that I have on LinkedIn, I don't really see their things in my own feed. Like I'm following Shane, or I have Shane in my circle, and therefore I'm seeing this. But that's about it. Um, so it's the reason for the 15 to 30 is because if you flood your own feed with your own content, the probability of someone else seeing what you're talking about is higher. In the let's go there. Uh, in the yeah, please. In the things like in it, which we talked about all the time, they are marketing their learn and code with Enid, which is like visual understanding of things. They are doing these. If you scroll through their feed, it looks like they have a ton of different content that is shared and posted. You know, like a lot. It's nice to see. But then if you paid attention, um, we already have seen some of these 3 times. Some of them are not multiple times, but a lot of them they are just reused and reposted on different days. And you see this a lot when you go into the media section because you just see the images that have been posted. So if you see like this image, for example, it's there again, and then underneath didn't exist yet. So that happens. But then if you see like something that is orange, it stands out a bit more. So you will probably see it again somewhere down the line. Like these ones, we saw them somewhere along the line of here, and so on. So this are things or techniques that you can use to post as much as you can on one platform, and you know it happens. I hate it still, but you know, um, it's still something that works. And when you go back to the amount of followers they have, like they have 35,000 new like followers, which, as always, the regular average that we have is from a certain user base, you reach a certain amount, and from the certain amount that is reached, you basically have 10% that will click on the link or take the action that you ask them to do. And because on each of these things, there is that call to action in the second tweet, the amount of people that have probably clicked on this thing is roughly 10% of the amount of views that either this or that has got. So if this is like 7,000 people, that means that 10% of that have clicked here and then went onto the website. That from there, these 7,000 people, 10% of that probably have clicked on this button and enrolled, paid, and do that. So it's 10% and then 10% of that. Usually weird metrics, but it's usually what we take. So yeah. You could build a brand around yourself if that was interesting. If you have Orange Studio on Twitter, it is a very good representation. I liked one of their posts some times ago, and I can't find it again, so won't be able to. Nonetheless, this is wild. This is a wild GIF. I'm not gonna. Anyways, let's move on to something different. Same thing. This is the phase transition, phase scroll phase identity shit that I'm talking about, which is interesting. It looks similar to what I've done for my conjugation selection, which is the thing that I wanted to do in the first place. But if you look at it closely, it's not a perfect arc. It's a modification of the position of the element, and it looks kind of weird. And it looks more of a triangle than a circle because it moves the element in and out rather than just rotating the element. So more details. More details. And Kane, I'm going to click on that link in a second. And so this is some of the thing that I was talking about, like hyper-realistic and textured and realism in terms of icons are kind of coming out slowly, but it's interesting. I do like the texture that we have here. Don't know if this is like a generated image, something else, but it looks pretty neat. And it could be a new pattern. As I said, this is the thing that I've picked up on. There is like a ton of people that are doing the same thing, and yeah. Going back to the sketch, I said we had another one. That person has showcased this image, which is really good. Showcase sketch of what they had in mind, which I think they have created after the fact, which is kind of sad. But yeah, there is things in there that makes no sense, but also fine. They don't really know how to do the chest, so they didn't do the chest, and then they just did like a box with the gems, the thing that would need to be there, and because they're using 4.0 GPT 4.0 for image generation, they basically just had to say, well, we need chest with gems that are like flying out. Probably generated this. Now you have a pretty good illustration for an app or something in no time. As long as you know how to do the rest, you're kind of good. So, potentials, but sketches will give you like a bit more credibility as well because this is human thought of rather than this is AI generated kind of situation. Could be the other way around. This is something that I've said before where you do the design and once you have the design, you just sketch on paper what you see, what you have done, maybe with some differences in order to use these sketches as references inside of your case studies just because it will make sense. So potentials, why not? You know, it's an option. Anyways, moving on to other things. Jay has done liquid glass in CSS. Works on Chrome, doesn't work on Safari apparently, which is kind of impressive. But Yeah, um, that's impressive. And the last one that I liked is this cursor is now available on your phone. So what you did last month, they posted something, we talked about it. Basically, you have the ability to use cursor as background agents from your phone. So if you have background agent enabled and it runs on the server, and you can ask it to do something while you're on your phone and do task on the specific project from your phone. Pretty impressive. If you just had an ID and you just want to make it happen, you know, could be good. Could be good. Anyway, so the oh yeah, that's nice. That is nice. How does it work with the profile picture, though? Okay, I feel like the fact that the profile picture is around here, I mean technically here, that might cut a tad. I I might say scoot that section to the right just a smidge so that it doesn't bother much. Um, I like this one because your logo is more visible than this one. And I like this background a lot, but also center as well. Debatable. I do like this one a lot, the center one. Maybe I just, yeah, maybe just scooch the thing on the side. The reason for this is mobile view. Test it out. Like put it in place and test it out on mobile to see how much space it takes, how much overlap there is, so on. But yeah, I like it. I like the texture, like the effect. Um, you just need to not end up with the liquid ass situation when you have something that is from the system, like this, where the thumbnail is just so good. But yeah, no, I did something. I don't think I have. Don't think I have anything on that is like a reply or of someone. I don't know if I have um activity. Like, can I see my activities of the post that I commented on? That that's the thing. See, like this, the way that your banner is, I feel like they will be too close to the profile picture. And also potential to be checked on your side. Text might be a tad small for the size of this. Like on desktop, it will be fine, but on mobile, it might be a tad small. So check it out on mobile. That's going to be the most important thing. Yeah, this one, Benny. Someone said something about this post of two types of designer: the case study with a lot of text and the case study with a lot of images and not a lot of text. And basically, my point here is that you are doing it well. And I'm using this one exclusively every time that I need to talk about a case study because it is the best option you have. I think we lost the music. I lost my headphones. That's what I lost. Bring them back. Thank you. Someone called me. Um, but yeah, like that's the case study that I present every time, and as said, it's just great. Like you start, you have visuals, context, and then you have visuals with a bit more information, but not too much. And and then once you reach this point, you're like, okay, cool, I see what you've done, and then you have, oh, you have research. You have some research, cool. And then I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. That's not overwhelming. I can still follow through. And you have some exploration, interesting wireframes, collaboration with the devs, how you did that, cool, 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 cool. Presentation and then more visuals to see how it could look on multiple platforms and so on. And it just works. It makes sense, you know. Um, yeah. So that's a good thing. This one, which is just a link right now, I think you should have one of these case studies as well. I know how annoying it is to build the content for the case study and so on, but like it makes sense. Ah, that is an interesting heat. I understand that it's related to the senior engineer, but I feel like the that kind of bad. Anyways, if it's a user statement, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The same thing. Uh, but yeah, no, that thing is really good, and the impact, as you have said, is really good. The fact that you have been nominated for the Framer Awards thingy was really nice as well. So all of that is things that can be added on top of the case study itself that you should have. But yes, it's a pain. I know. Ooh. Interesting that when I click, it locks it. When I don't click, it doesn't. Ah. But yeah, no, that was an interesting post nonetheless, and so we do like it. But today's post was about understanding how things have changed. I think the reason why I have less views on this is because I have the link here, and LinkedIn really hates people getting out of their platform. It's kind of sad. I think I should start to get like the links out of the post and in the first comment reply, like they do on Twitter, which I hate doing, but it might be the way. Might be the way. We have a video that just dropped, by the way, on YouTube, which, as always, uh, best thumbnails. Best thumbnails. Doesn't work on mobile? I see. See, that's the type of thing that I'm thinking about all the times. All the times, making sure that you have as much uh, range of drops. I know for a fact that I should shut the fuck up right now, but there is thing that might happen that will help you doing exactly what you're doing right now. Okay. And with that, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. So, going back with Denny's question, the current, for me, best tool to create something is going to be Cursor. Cursor with $20 a month gives you officially unlimited requests available. And you get access to most of the good LLMs and shit. If you are tight on the money in the beginning, use Tray. The design of Tray is much better. I like it a lot more personally. Uh, that's a me thing. Tray has had a free version, and now they don't. I mean, it still do, but like, now they have a paid version, which is much better. And in the update to Pro, it's $3 a month for the first month, and then it's $10 a month. So it's half of the price of Cursor, and it's more requests than what Cursor is providing. If you pay for the year, it's just $7 a month, 7.5. So that's very cheap compared to all of the other IDE that exist. The good thing about it is that it gives you the exact same thing as Cursor, with a bit of a different way of seeing the system prompts. But the overall experience is kind of the same, right? You have your ID that looks like this. So you have your code files on the left side, you have your code content on the center, the one that is currently open, and then you have the option to go through the LLMs. And on the right, same thing, you select like which models you want. You can define your models manually if you have like running locally running models. That's an option, and so on. It works pretty good. It's pretty cheap. Like, at $7 a month compared to 20, it's pretty cheap. That's an option. However, the outputs, even though they use the same models, is sometimes a bit more complicated to understand compared to this. Because it's currently best option. Spray is good because it's cheaper, but it's a thing. And then lastly, if you want something that is at the same level of Cursor and that might become free at some point, you have Windsurf, and Windsurf is basically the exact same thing. You get the exact same thing that Cursor is providing, but now they have been acquired by Microsoft. I mean, technically, they have been acquired by OpenAI, which is acquired by Microsoft. So, the thing. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same behavior. It's the same like content type understanding. You have files, code, AI. Like, it is the same paradigm of layouts. It's about it. That is about it. So Tray is pretty good because it's kind of free. Cursor is best as of right now. Windsurf is an option alternative if you want to, but that is basically where I would stand in terms of what is the best to create like an iOS app. The other thing is going to be defining what you want to build and defining where you want your app to be. As we said last week, maybe you need your app to be desktop website first and then go into apps. Or you do like me and you want your apps to be an app and then potentially have a website. So depending on the order of things, to do that. No, you can't. If you already have ChatGPT Pro for yourself, you probably don't have ChatGPT Pro like AI key. Like, you have a personal type of thing. Like, it's not necessarily an API key that you can have. So that's a bit of a weird thing. You could not necessarily, but you could go into your models right there, and then have with your API key add like your own key if you have a key for that. The thing is, that is still requiring you to get, I think, um, like the subscription to Cursor. So you basically pay twice. So I wouldn't personally. I would just use what is there, pay for $20 a month, and done with it. Paying on the yearly so that you gain a month or you have 1 month for free or something. But yeah, but again, if you're doing app, the thing as well, again, is that Swift UI or UI Kit or Swift in general, which is like native for iOS and Mac and added thing, doesn't have the same level of community resources and documentation behind it, which means that even though there is resources and documentation behind it on the internet, it is harder for the LLMs to know about it and to be up to date about it and to know of little quirks here and there of things that just don't work, things that will break, and so on. So I would say, hi, welcome back. So with that in mind, you can do that. But yeah, like this is gonna be the best option. What you can do though, because that's is an option, is this. You go into ChatGPT Pro plus whatever plan you have, and then you say, I want to. You can type because I can't. I want to build a OS amp that does blah blah blah, and then let's say a very simple thing. Let's say that does subscription tracking. Can you help me write? That's the thing. Uh, right, this is really such accent right here. Like this is not what you would want to have, but you basically just say that, and based on this, um, the PRD, the product requirement documents that is necessary to happen for what you want to have, is going to be basically outlined, explained, and so on. And then you can say, well, I need on that PRD specifically for the features. Like we have things right here that I'm not really uh, in an agreement with. Like that reminder notification is not necessarily a good thing because most of the notifications are prior to renewal. Like you need to cancel a month before, but it depends on subscription model. Things that you know as the designer and the creator of the app that you want to build. But you do that, and then you just polish what has been made here, and with this, you can then also create at the end. Then you create a prompt because that's already a good thing. A prompt for cursor to work on this. Then you press enter, and it will just create the prompt in question that contains all of the things that are related to the PRD that you just defined, with all the task at hand, the things that needs to be done, how it needs to be done, and that should be enough then to give you like a bit of a boilerplate type of situation to go into cursor, paste that in the chat, press enter, and have like a skeleton of something in real time. So that's the option. That's the simplest option. Um, however, however, this method is gonna give you 75, 80% of the way there. And it's not like specifically what I just did here. Going back to my first message, this is really bad. I want to reiterate on that. This is not what you want to say at all, ever. So you want to have something that is a bit more extensive explaining. Like, for example, on this one, if it can load, I doubt it will. But I had like a bit of a research section that was made to ensure that we had like overall understanding of what needed to happen, and then with that, basically triggered uh, bitch, triggered a lot more research in terms of what needs to happen, what is the content, and so on. And this is coming from me with the knowledge that I have, on top of the research that I did myself, with having the ability to do the research automated with Perplexity, with like deep research we talked about last week, is something that is pretty useful. So this is an option. This is a good option. It helps you like figure out things really quickly, and you can as well do that in many places. So this will give you something that is good or okay, I would say. If I go into my not the stack, if I go into uh, this, for example, this one provided, if I remember correctly, some charts. Not even. I removed that. Um, what is this thing? Is it this one? So this one, for example, I linked it with my code base to have like more information. It took away a scan of the code file that I have in there and provided me with a lot of code files as well. So the beginning, like the exact first project that I made was through Claude and Claude alone, and was going through um, this. Like, this was the creation of Can the first time, like 10 months ago. Basically just said, I need something. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do it. And the first chat, we had text files that basically were examples or presentation of how things are set up. But also in there, we created files in SwiftUI. And then the only thing that I did was like copy the code, paste in cursor, come back here, make sure it worked, and so on. That was a mess because I mean, technically at the beginning, I didn't use cursor at all. I was just using uh, like code. But yeah, like that's another option that you can do 100%. And yeah, like it's a bit of an option for you to potentially get something out of it in terms of ensuring that you have the ability to generate something. But just reminder, bitch, just remember that what you will have with an LLM with any code assistant thing will only go as far as you can think it in all the facets of the product that you're trying to build. So if your brain is straight focused on the code and the code only, you will build something, but that might not be like as usable as you think it is. If your brain is only on the design, it might be visually working, but not necessarily functional. And you need to have like an overview of the entire thing. So that's why other LLMs like Claude, like ChatGPT, like Windsurf, overall things will give you a bit of an insight on how to do things. Like right now, I'm running a distribution model, basically, or a model on distribution specifically. And distribution is just ensuring that I have articles, LinkedIn posts, threads on threads, and Twitter and other platforms to make sure that I have the content that needs to happen in order for me to be discovered and relevant in the market and so these are things that I can't necessarily do by myself. Chris, hi, what? Good, good, but it would take me so much longer. And going back to this post that I was kind of highlighting, um, my product design philosophy before was figure out the MVP, then add features one by one based on user feedbacks, and then hope that the feedback that I'm receiving from the feature that I've added is good or positive. Now I'm just building the full thing, and based on I'm basically the thing that I'm doing for the analytics view, I have the entire thing, and then like the most heaviest option that I can think of. And then from there, once I have this that is working and in place and functional, I go through with testers and say, well, do you need this? No, cool, get it out. Reason that I can do that in terms of uh, monetarily, financially thing is because the speed at which I'm getting these outputs is maybe an hour compared to building all the features in past for me would take a month and a half, 2 months maybe, and therefore it makes sense to build like an MVP and then add features one by one. But now it's just generate the entire thing as complex as it can be, and then based on data, based on users' activity, remove the things. For example, last month we removed one of the features that was the reset progress, um, based on feedback that I had and on the beta test that I had. Basically, defined that the reset progress made no sense. Like the only person that would want to reset their progress would be someone that is already at a master level on most of the things and just wants to refresh their memory as if they were like beginners. But if they did that, they would lose access to further progress, and that would be more annoying than anything else. So, based on that feedback, we said, well, technically, we said progress, useless, out. And there was like other feedback that I received of um, currently you have the dictionaries that are available in the app, but in order to let me as the user have a bit of a peek of what is inside, I need to subscribe to potentially have a peek at at the content of the dictionary to then know if I will buy it or not. That is not something that will work because as a non-paying user, I don't want to necessarily pay for something to then discover that the dictionary itself is not exactly what I need it to have. So, all of that. Have a good rest of your day, Danny. So, that's the thing. That's the thing that could work and will help uh, with the new version of how it works. And defining the MVP, I'm going to use the build the MVP here because that's not my thing anymore. Um, the minimum viable project or the minimum viable product is what bring value to the users and build that. Basically, how you define it. So, if you're going back to the subscription tracker app that I talked about a second ago, if your product is a subscription tracker, what is the minimum thing that needs to happen in the product to be viable for the users? So they want or you want to have subscription tracking. How does it go through emails? Does it go through bank statements? Does it go through anything else? Is it like manual tracking? And like what would bring users to stay on that platform compared to existing uh, options? And if that's just one feature of, let's say it's a bank statement tracking things where basically you link your bank account and it detects that something like a very specific amount of money is going out of your account every exact month, it's the exact same value, and maybe there is like a 1 to 2 day leeway between the date in question. Um, that's the thing that you need. So that's basically how you define your MVP. You ensure that the thing that is going to be served to the user is doing the thing that you want the app at the end to do. Uh, and so it can be one feature. Again, could be just for this one, could be just link then from the bank API, the thing that you're receiving, transaction history, get like a analytic thing on your end that just pass off the transaction, detect when things are similar, like the same amount of money, and you categorize them in a specific way and so on. That's an option. But yeah, that's basically how you do your MVP, and it works for everything. Um, the main goal, as always, is ensuring that the MVP is giving value or bringing value to the users. Because if you are like, I'm going to say something dumb. If your product is Notepad plus plus, you need to type text. That's about it, right? And then you need to allow markups, and then you might need to allow code, and then you might need to allow other things. But the MVP starting point is just you need to be able to type text and have the thing that works with what the user wants to do. And so for your product, at that point, not really, but for your product to succeed and be used by users and have users, you need it to get at least at the level of Notepad++ or better in any direction. So any direction is feature-wise, design-wise, price-wise. These are the three things that we have. Usually you also have speed, but that's a bit of a feature-wise decision. But that's basically it. Like you just define that the thing that you're building is cheaper and better design, or faster and better design, but more expensive, um, or worse design, but way cheaper and way faster than the thing that already exists. And with that in mind, you build your MVP way faster. So it's it is right what you just said. Also, Chris, your messages don't show on chat. Makes no sense. Dabshi, huh? Welcome back. How are you? Um, that's weird. Yeah, damn. Huh. So yes, it is something that is subjective to you in a way. Like you have an idea and you say, "Well, I need this." Like that's something. In the congrats, Dabshi. Good job. That is impressive. I don't know how much that is, but congrats. Did you see the world record has been broken in 24 hours? So that earlier today. Uh, Pretty good. That is pretty good. There's a Korean man that did uh, 11,000 something in 24 hours. Crazy. That is good. Anyways, I'm far from this. Uh, I'm dying. Um, so a feature that you have in mind might be absolutely useless for the users, right? Obviously. Um, that is absolutely true. And so the way that you ensure that this doesn't happen, because that's what we do with the MVP, you make the MVP as minimal as it needs to be to work and be presented to users. And then when users exist, you ask them, what do you want to have? I'm thinking about adding this. Would that work for you? And then they say yes or they say no. That's an option. Example for me, because obviously, um, I myself was like, I would love to have the option to say, here, I'm not sure. So I want to have a joker to say, well, it's one of these two. And therefore it limits the amount of potential issues. Like now they say, I don't know. I make a mistake. That is something that no one really requested in any way, shape, or form. But because I already installed the coin system and the coin economy inside of the app, it makes sense to me as the creator to have some sort of a way for the user to practice and use their coins in the app. Ever has been asked and is probably not really used. Again, I don't track data, so I don't know the usage of the app other than people are using the app. That's all I know. So that overall, right, is the main thing. Like if you really think for yourself as the creator of the app that you would love to have this in the product because you use the product yourself, then it doesn't really matter what the users are talking about as long as it doesn't bother them in terms of like you force them to use something that they didn't want in the first place. But if you are someone that is like, yeah, I need this thing to work with, I don't know, a pink theme. I want the app to be pink all the time. Whatever. There are some people that will be like, well, you had themes with other things before, and now you remove them to just have pink all the time. I don't know if I want that, and therefore they will just move away. They, um, and so what Debshi is saying is also true. They don't really know what they want, but if you say, I'm thinking about adding this, is this something that seems interesting to you? Is an option. The main reason why I'm saying this as well is because it is harder for you to remove features once features have been implemented. Not because like wiping a feature off the code is hard, but because in the user base, you may have 3 person that are currently using that feature that you made, but because you thought it was good, but no one is using it. But these 3 people are paying users and they use that features religiously and you don't know about it. And you remove that feature, you lost 3 of your paying users. You don't really know. So that's something to think about when you are building the features as well. And the best thing is to put the features in the beta testing, get the feedback on the beta testing, and then what you ship is a version that is like stripped down of all the things that the users didn't need to go back into production. and then you do another version of beta text testing, you remove the things that are not necessary, and then production goes tied up, and so on. Like that's basically how you grow the amount of features that you have in your app in a way that is sustainable and in a way that you basically ensure that it's going to be features that are going in. So, like that's the thing. Also, Ferry, I just saw your message. Sorry. Um, YouTube chat has been really slow today. I hope you're still there. Trying to design quickly at a startup, I'm told to come up with quality design, both UX and UI, which makes sense, and involved in a matter of between 30 minutes to an hour. That is a good question. If you want to go fast, Manny, also, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Yeah, don't do that. Actually, I should. I should, but I don't do that. But yeah, Ferry, if you're still on YouTube lurking, I appreciate it. If you have went away, I'm sorry. I didn't see your message 3 minutes ago. But yeah, designing faster is going to go with practicing as much as you can. That's the situation. Like the thing that you need to do is just practice as much as you can to do things as fast as you can. I used to have a bit of a dam. That's interesting. I used to have a bit of a dam series on my own for stuff I did in the morning as quick warm-ups for myself. And these, if I go back to some of the videos that I've had in the past, like here there is a ton of canned stuff because obviously that's the thing that I've been working on. But things like this have been my morning routine for a while. It's just not necessarily designs in the terms of UI and UX, but design in the terms of ensuring that I know how to use the tools that I'm supposed to use. And this is a 17 minutes time lapse or time lapse of 17 minutes of work to just achieve this. And I'm just practicing to be fast. And I've done like plenty of these um, to ensure that I just have the skills that I need to be as fast as I can when I'm in production for things. All of these are not UI related, as you can tell. This one took a lot more time than the 15 minutes, but these are not UI related. They are illustration based in order for me to get like a bit of a better grasp on the tools that I'm using. Right now, I'm using Figma because that's the thing that we use every day. But that's the thing. It's just trying to achieve something in a limited amount of time will kind of help. Um, but overall, doing that quickly is the challenge that you can give yourself. Um, Also, yes, don't listen to me. I'm just flexing. That is true. But but yeah, like that's one of the things that you can do. The other thing is go into the same design principle of duplicating something that exists that is not UI, but for UI. So something like this, for example, where someone created an equalizer modal things. This is like a dribble shots. That I just recreated it on stream and just by appearance trying to get things to work. Now that I'm looking at it, I made a lot of mistakes in my outline that are way brighter than they should be. And I forgot the shadows. That has been pointed out to me in the past. Um, and other thing that I've not have like the logos and the text because that made no sense at the time. This is still not a UI. And so you can go into creating things by simply duplicating it. The main reason that I'm showing these things is so that you can see how I kind of work in the sense that I have the image in question I'm trying to duplicate in the background, and then on top of that, I'm just tracing. And this is for me to practice my pen tool skills. That's about it. For someone else that is trying to build use of gradients, for example, you might have other types of tools and things to use. But for me right now, on this one, I'm just duplicating on top of the existing. So if I had to say, right now I'm trying to duplicate this UI thing, you just right click, copy image, and then your goal as of the instant you say copy image is to go into whatever tools you use. So for me, it's Figma. In Figma, you just drop the thing. Let's not drop it in the center. And let's say I'm trying to build add specific element right here. Your goal, now that you're here, what can I do? How can I do it? What needs to be done in order for me to recreate this? So I need like an element that will be my grab handle. Is this an icon? Is this not an icon? Based on what I'm seeing here, it has two states. It has a state that has a bit of darker tint and one that is just gray. But then if I scroll a bit, it's also kind of purple when it's active. Also, it has three states. That could just be like a change of colors and that would be enough. But we don't really know. On the other end, I need an icon for this, that's for sure. So maybe you already use an icon pack, maybe you use something else, and something, a handle, not a gripper, but a handle, yes. Gripper is a porn term. Careful. Uh, that's not true. And then I have a text, and then I have a toggle. And when I'm looking at it based on this one that is like kind of dragged, the container is smaller than what it needs to be, and it creates like a bit of a zone in which things are. So that implies, for me as a designer that's looking at things, this is one element, and then I have my toggles on the side that are linked to them, but not linked to the component itself. So I just need a component once that contains just this, plus toggle on the side to turn them on and off. That's about it. And so from there, my goal is going to be, okay, cool. So I'm using R for a rectangle. It's probably going to be something like a 6x6 if I just look at it. And these are going to be somewhere around here. Maybe that's good enough. I don't really know. And then I'm just getting that in the size that it needs to be. These needs to be together. So I'm going to use a union. I have one shape. And Command E to outline the thing. Then I have my icon core. Maybe this one needs to be a bit different. So I'm going to use the pen tool because I practiced my pen tool earlier. It's simply this with something like, right? Really, really good on this one. Let's go up, right, and that it's really, I'm not really paying attention to what I'm doing, to be honest. I'm just ensuring that something kind of works. I have my icon. It's not necessarily good. It's pretty sharp. Not the same width of the font itself. So I'm just gonna, well, that change the radius to like 2 to have something that is kind of working. I can see if I zoom in that this is kind of rounded. So I'm expecting these endpoints to be rounded, all of them. And now I have an icon that is similar. It's not necessarily good, but it's similar to what I had. And then I have a text style or text element that says default. Default is here. The color in question is supposed to be that color, and that is way too big. So it's probably going to be somewhere along the line of 24. Yes, 24, 25, based on this screenshot, which is zoomed in and, whatever. And then just ensure that you place it where it is. You can see that the regular kerning, the spacing in between the letters, is not good enough. So I'm going to just bottom that to maybe 2%. seems that 3% is what matches what I have right now. So now I have my text, and I'm kind of good in my component. So I know that this, followed by this, followed by this, are probably going to be flexible in a way and have some sort of an auto layout frame around them. So based on that, I'm just going to Shift A, but I have my container. The spacing in between the two is not good enough, so I'm just going to do that and ensure that my box container is a bit bigger. So maybe 8 top and bottom and 8 left and right. But we have the thing that is right there. Let's add fill that is white, and I'm seeing that I have like some sort of a border. So I'm going to add a border. That border is going to take that color right here. And we kind of done on that thing. It's not exactly perfect, and the same thing that we have on this image, but I have something that kind of works. I can see that there is a need for a bit more on the radius, maybe like a 10 or something. I don't really know. I don't really care at this point. And something that I do care about is the fact that this thing is supposed to kind of build its container so that if at some point it needs to go on 2 lines, it is taking that into consideration in a way that makes sense. So this is probably going to be this wide in total, and it's going to be centered aligned to the container. And now I have a base. And so in the beginning, it will probably look something like this, which is not exactly what you need, right? Because it's not like perfect, pixel perfect of what the initial image is. But the more you do that, the better you become at it, and the faster you will become at doing all these things. If you are using Figma, which is the tool that I'm using right now, there is, because you are on YouTube right now, there is a playlist on my channel that is the Figma Bootcamp that explain everything if you don't know everything about Figma. But if you're here and you already use Figma on the daily, there is something that you need to go to. It's Command or Shift P, and then look for shortcuts. There is a thing called keyboard shortcuts right there that will give you an access to all of the Figma shortcuts built in inside of Figma. Everything that is blue is shortcuts that you already use. Everything that is white, so you can see that right now, text, shapes, transform, arrange, components, I don't use all of them. Meaning that here, for example, I have never used these adjustments and these text alignments in shortcuts. Not because I don't need them, but because I don't necessarily know them by heart. That, learning this panel right there will give you access to ensure that you basically get faster in the tool, whichever tool it is. If you're using XD, if you're using Sketch, if you're using Photoshop, if you're using whatever tools you have, you will have the ability to find cheat sheets or shortcuts sheets on Pinterest, on wherever places, that will give you the same thing. And so from here, for example, we can see that the Option Command T is to do Option Command T center align. Now that I've done it, you can see that the animation on the shortcut itself just glance through, and now it is blue. You know, like very simple so that you can just build this out. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. At the end of the day, it's just a simple thing, but it's there. It's pretty useful. Yeah, it's still there, and it's still available. We have new others with a bit more visual stuff. We have lost a year of counting, so take that into consideration. The year that I spent in Japan, I didn't have the PC to capture the mic with the auto activate, so all of the technically are not true because macOS doesn't capture this. So Yeah. Um, and then you said, how about in terms of thinking process, design, layout, color, what work in the family with users, yet mindful with the marketing and so on. That's a lot of work for one person. If you want to start up, that makes sense. But I mean, it really depends. There's a ton of things. My answer is usually going to be it depends in a lot of situations, because it does. Depends. But um, my thinking process is existent, but I don't know about it. I know. My thinking process is going through 20 years of knowledge on building product and design and graphic design and making connection with things that could work for the task at hand. So I will, thinking process, be asked to do something like this element, for example, and my brain is going to go through memory of thing that I've done and figure out something that works that is similar and then start with that. And the thing that is similar can come from a ton of different entry points. So one of the examples that I give most of the time is architecture. To me, is giving me so much information. It I can then paste into UI and layout and creativity of things. Like this door, for example, the separation between the two cards, which are pane of glass, could be something to showcase data on an app. You could have data number one, data number two, data number three around here. Maybe this thing is on the side, and that's a bit of a star-shaped element, and so on. So that my thinking process is going to go through all of the thing that I have in memory at any time. This thing, for example, same situation, bit of a star situation, and then do that. In terms of uh, layout, colors, typography, what is familiar with users, and so on, the regular recommendation is to learn from this website. Loads of UX, if you have never heard of it, I will give you the foundational elements and foundational laws of how things in user experience kind of work. There is a lot of them, gonna lie. Um, like it is a lot. And you don't need all of them. You don't need to know all of their names exactly. Some of their names makes no sense. Some of their names make sense. Like the law of proximity, I guess that's fine. Ixlow, I don't know. I don't know. I might have to learn and read and do some research about it and go deep into the whole article, the deeper read, further read section that they have, and so on. But that website is going to give you as much as you need to get the uh, what works with users and what feels familiar, right? Um, that's the thing. In terms of marketing, I'm not the right person to ask. I don't know. I don't know enough. I'm struggling with marketing. I hate it with all I can. Hate it. And I will probably never be able to do it properly. But you need to at some point. And yeah, that's bad. But yeah, other than that, I think the other one that we recommend as well is tools. Tools of design is one of the other platforms, resources section that will give you uh, so much information. Yeah, hate marketing for so much reasons. My dyslexia doesn't allow me to do text-based related stuff, right? I mean, it does, but it's a struggle. So anything that is supposed to be microcopy, the visuals for the marketing itself, is just such a pain that I don't do it. Anyways, this one, tools.design, is giving you everything you need for the tools for design. So if you're looking for inspiration websites, you can go into the inspiration section, and it will give you things and websites that have been used or recognized as good resources for the thing that you're looking for. You're looking for logo inspiration. There are websites that exist that are basically databases of logos. Some of them have paid tier, some of them are just free tier all the way. And like you get there, get a bit of a reference, you need a logo for something, and then you just have a bit of a better understanding of what you're trying to do. And it is this for all of the systems and things across. Work on it. Yes, and then groups is also another one. I don't like it because it's a lot text, but it's good. But I don't like it. It's yeah, but it's good. But it's bad because I can't read. But you know, yeah. But it's good. I mean, it's a really really good resources. I agree with that. It's just me reading. Not gonna happen. Uh, what's the name of the thing, Tapshi? Like that's too long for me. I know that's what she said, but still. Uh, I like when someone goes through that article in a YouTube video, and even if the YouTube video is just reading the whole thing, uh, I'm fine with it. But yeah. And Ferry, I'm here to help in terms of design. My goal is to help as many designers as I can in making it making their design better. So if you have any question, feel free to ask. I'm here all the time, and if you are someone that prefer to be on YouTube, it is fine. I'm a bit slower on YouTube because this chat is smaller, and if you want to come in Twitch, that's also appreciated. But yeah, yeah, it's not light reading, and I basically need that in an audio form to capture and understand it properly because it's just um, but it's good. It's good content. Not gonna lie on that. I've used them in the past. So yeah, good stuff. But yeah, so that's N groups. Tools is really good in terms of giving you access to things. Um, and if you need like things for marketing, there is less in there. But if you need like some readings, if you need some other things, there is logs, specifics on that you're looking for. The other thing that you were talking about is design layouts. This is one of the easiest and the hardest things to do, figuring out layouts. In terms of what works for users, users already have some sort of a pre-perceived um, expectation of what should happen. And the familiarity of layouts is necessary in some cases, but also can be broken in others in order to build a new pattern, something that is familiar enough or intuitive enough to be recognized and used as uh, a common trope, a common pattern. And we do some reviews of common patterns. Usually at the beginning of streams, I go through what I liked during the week on Twitter specifically, and we go over the reason why I liked it, the reason why I think it's some sort of a pattern, or the reason why it's a good thing to have. So, for example, going back to this one, presenting sketches and then final is pretty good. Understanding that the person doesn't really have the uh, illustration skills, and then use ChatGPT to create an image to then use inside of these cards. It's a bit of a pattern, good or bad, depending on where you're coming from. If you are not an illustrator, this is bad. If you are a designer that doesn't have the illustrative skills, this is good, and so on. So we do that often. Right now, we have this pattern that is emerging to me. Materials, as in hyper-realistic materials for things, regular things, all things, liquid glass being one of them lately that is hyper-realistic. There has been like a lot of other things in the past that are coming up to be as realistic as possible. Like these buttons, for example. This is for presentation, marketing, and things. But, glass, people, nonetheless. That's the thing. So for you, if you are trying to get better in terms of layout, you're gonna need to go into inspiration for the thing that you're trying to build. So basically, you get into one of the inspiration websites that you want. If Dribble is your place, go to Dribble. If you're building apps, go to Robin. I have an affiliate link, I think, somewhere, which I forgot every time. Right there. Good. Use Bobbin. Bobbin's good. We like Bobbin. They pay me. I mean, they don't pay me, but they pay me. Uh, Go in there, find the website that works for you, and then use that as inspiration for something. So pattern is the same thing as Bobbin. It's also extremely limited, which is pissing me off. Now it used to not be that limited. Um, let's go to our this one. Type Dyslexia all the way. So in there, for example, I'm going to find a layout that is a layout, right? That's a layout. So I'm seeing this page and I'm understanding the layout and why it's made this way. There is some references and some things in there that I recognize, and there are something that I don't really understand why they did it, but they did it. And you can see that the inputs are raised into a card and the buttons for the things are inside of the cards. There is the low of proximity, container low, I forgot which one it is, for the UX lows that tells you, well, you have the email, the password, and things. I don't really understand how they can have forgot email. That makes no sense to me. Like if you don't have an email, or if you have an email but you forgot your email, you are kind of fucked all the way. Like there is no question. So this thing, I don't know. Anyways, have this thing that is on in place. You have your layout, you have your things, and so on. So congrats on the confettis. Chris, walk on in. 1 second, I'm going to read that block. Uh, and you just get inspired by this. And you do that every day, all day, until nothing else. And until you just like, okay, cool, I know exactly what I need to do for that specific app, for example. Like that's basically what I did. So for Airbnb, for example, I don't know if they have like all the screens. I think it should have, just because it's Airbnb. But that way you have like all of the flows, all of the things. You understand all of the pages, how things work, how things are different, why they work, why they don't work, and so on. Again, god damn it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Also, that happens on stream at times. God damn. Ugh. So that's the way you have uh, like the ability to get better at layout, for example. Um, but yeah, in your question, that how often did you think about the user flow as you're designing? I stopped thinking, I would say 10 years ago. I know it sounds bad, but I've been designing for 20 years, roughly. And at some point, the flows are the same. All flows are exactly the same. There is no real creativity in the flow that can happen. Um, at a root level, it's always the same thing. Like they are always following some sort of a pattern that is the exact same thing, which is user wants to do something and is in place A, something is currently in place B, they need to navigate to that. That's it. So if you know that your user wants to do this and it needs to be available in the screen that they are in, then you have your solution. If it can't be in the screen that you're in, it needs to be somewhere else. Um, and that's it. That's about it. So I used to plan beforehand. I used to ensure that I had my whole sitemap, my whole app layout, all the pages that needs to be there, all the things. But I still do. Don't get me wrong, I still do. But it's just think way less than before, and that's just because I've worked so much from my point of view. Doesn't need or mean that you need to do the same thing. So for you, you can 100% list out the thing that you need, and then it can be in a way that is extremely simple. As in, let's say you are saying I have homepage, and then I have something else and something else and so on. You are just building your simple cards with the names of the thing that you are building, right? And then you're like, well, cool. So based on this, I know that these two pages, for example, are basically at the same level. Like these two are going to happen. I'm basically drawing a dick right now. Let's do not that. Let's do these three are supposed to be at the same level, right? So now I know that this one is gonna send my users either here, here, or here. You know that's an option. Um, maybe maybe this one can go in this one and this one. Therefore, there is some sort of a, a, a way of placing these two in some sort of way that just makes more sense. So maybe this could be around here so that we have our links to this, this, and this, and then this one is going there as well. That makes sense. Um, so we have like a bit of a structure and so on. So you can build that really quickly in your head, but also on Figma or in whatever tools you use, help you in terms of figuring out the user flow. the thing that you need to uh, remember, maybe, uh, something that is good. I would say that. I don't know if I have it saved here or if I put that into resources. I forgot. I feel like I put it somewhere and then I forgot where it is. God damn it. Um, That's about it. I saved it, probably not on Discord directly, to be honest. Oh, every time, every time we try to find something, it doesn't work. Um, Nonetheless, doesn't pretty matter. The thing that you need to remember is any age you have in mind will have different states. So if you let's say a very 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 specific app that does one thing, right? It creates background noise. You have a homepage that contains the activity or the active buttons to create the background noise. And then you can go into your profile to see what you've done, right? When you're going to design this app, you're going to do the most complete homepage and the most complete profile view because that's where the fun is. But as soon as you think about it, your homepage might have a free tier that just has 4 sounds instead of 16. And your profile view might be the first time that the user comes in, and therefore there is no data to showcase how much time they use the rain sound, how much time they use the thunder sound, and so on. So that the type of thing that you need to remember every time that you are building a screen. So let's say screen here exists with no comments at all, like zero here and everything. What happens when that's the case? Like, do we have a scroll view here with all of the comments, or is it just zero comments so far and it's just like an empty state? And that's about it. Do we need the sorting option when there is no comment in there? Maybe we don't. Maybe it's not necessary to like add noise to the UI and show zero review. Therefore, there is no sorting. Therefore, there is no search. Therefore, maybe this entire section is not necessary. It's just an empty state, and so on. So that's the type of thinking you need to have while you are building something. Um, um, and yes, to answer your question, kind of yes. If your um, if your design process and design thinking process is that simple, because it comes to you as intuitively as it comes to me, that might be the case. You will need to use better communication skills in order to ensure that the people that you're talking to understand what you're talking about and why you thought about it. You can bullshit your way through a design presentation. That's always an option, not recommended, but sometimes you don't have the choice. And what I mean by that is I was on a walk, I saw rock on the floor that has a very interesting shape that made me think of something that triggered a connection in my brain that made me make a design for an app. I'm probably not going to say that. I could, but if I'm with stakeholders or something, I'm probably not going to say that. I'll probably go over the fact that we've done some research and we found that this layout is better than the other one just because it makes more sense based on familiarity, based on the wax flows and so on. And it bullshit my way through some things. But the reality is usually just, oh yeah, I just had an idea and it worked. That, that's about it. The fact that the idea worked is because I have been working for so long and I have been looking at stuff for so long that, uh, you know, That's the thing. Uh, but can you afford research? No, that's the only one that I know of. The other ones are design systems related uh, websites. So Carbon Design System, uh, Adobe Design System, or the explanation of what they're using components and things. These are good. But yeah, um, there is probably, but I don't know them. Also, it is text related, so I'm not gonna personally not gonna bother. Personally, no. Personally, no. Let me just read what Chris said. I asked you before because of, but I forgot what she said. And to master Korean and also looking into picking up another language, Duolingo doesn't have it. Korean is kind of limited on Duolingo right now. Yes, I know that is a fact. Um, and no, yes, I know she wants to do. I mean, she wants to do Korean, right? Um, Currently, Mira seems to be pretty good, but I don't know if it's just Japanese. Hingo AI, we talked about it last week. I hate it, but I understand why people are using it. Um, this thing is currently popping off. I hate it because, it's an AI-based speech thing. So it's good for practicing speech, but you are learning speech accents that are generated, which are not true to what they are. So I don't like that. Um, but it's one that is popping off right now. And there is like plenty of other things. Um, she knows Chinese, right? As far as I remember. Um, I mean, Mandarin, I think, or Cantonese. I forgot which one she has. Chris, brain is telling me yes, but I forgot. Um, cool. So if she knows Mandarin and she's good with it, um, this app is good. Um, this youngster, so if you have like interest in other things, you will have your algorithm that will show you stuff. And for me right now, there is a ton of design, a ton of charts because I'm looking at charts all day. And also there's a ton of Japanese learning because I'm learning Japanese. Also, a lot of ass because obviously, um, but right? So it is in Chinese. It's a bit complicated, but if she can read and speak and understand, it will be way easier for her to go through it. Yeah. And Ferry, you said it sounds like data research is needed for presenting. Not necessarily research, kinda. Mostly data presentation and overall knowledge. So, how do you acquire knowledge on things? By inspiration and by doing some. I mean, I don't know exactly how it's called in English. I know in French is fait, which is kind of weird. Um, but it's the fact of looking through existing things for understanding purposes. So basically, if I'm going into this thing right there, I'm interested in this carousel. Why did that person decide to go with that carousel design? Why did they have these little cards? What? Why is it good? Why is it not good? Why do they have so much likes? Is it because of the text? Is it because of the content of the carousel? Is it all that? This is just understanding on my own because that's what I'm trying to do most of the times. Uh, it is something that I used to do religiously on apps directly. And so what I mean by that is go into Play Store or the App Store, download the first 50 of top 50 of any categories, and then just use the apps for a day. And what that means is that I end up with things that are, let's see if I have it here. um, I end up with things like this, if this is the thing that I have in mind. It's supposed to be. It is. This one is just just 3 seconds. That makes no sense. That's not the one that I have in mind. Where is it though? I'm ending up with things like this, if it loads, that are basically, I download a new app and I just record my screen so that I have trace and data about it, going through the entire process of setting up the app, setting up the entire thing, and ensuring that I have the content that I need. And then from there, I can see how the onboarding is set up. Why did they decide to use the exact same fucking animation on every single page? You know, that's the type of question that we have. And then why did they change the design somewhere else, and so on and so forth? And so now I need, or don't need, have the ability to just remove the entire app from my system, have a trace of how the app looks. Like maybe I'm looking for this page, or I'm looking for that page for my profile view, and I have that as a reference. And I can just go back there and ensure that I understand why they have made some such design. Like, for example, right now, this card is something that I need to use in my own app to hint that there is like a non-free version for some people. That's all. So that's basically the things, ensuring that you go through all of the apps that you want to try, all of the apps that you want to use, understand why they are doing things, and then with that, plus the UX laws that I shared earlier, plus the rest of the thing that exists in terms of existing data, existing content that you can look at, you will get enough understanding and enough internal personal data and knowledge to be able to say or showcase things during meetings that will be like based on existing apps, based on research, based on other things. We decided to go with that at the beginning because it makes more sense. Like, for example, here, that makes absolutely no sense to me. I understand why they are doing it, but it makes no sense to my own taste. If I downloaded the app and I just ended the tutorial and you ask me if I want to pay, I'm never paying for your app. Like that's not how it works. I need to test the app before I can ask the user if they are interested to pay for the thing that they have been using for a week or something. So that to me makes no sense. But when you look at research, that paywall thing is basically converting way more than if you let the user use the app first. But there is a bit of a dilemma in there that you're like, do I need to inconvenience the users in the first launch so that they pay for the first months with a big ass discount? Or am I good enough to say, well, they will use the app, they will see the benefits, and then they will stay on the app? Because these panels, at least from my point of view, are there for the people that forget or don't understand that this cross locks or remove remove the paywall. So that's the type of thing that you will have with more practice and with more research on your own. When it comes to performing research, as in pure research for things, yes, but also no, but also yes. You need to do some research in a way to go through things. Yes. That is also true. That's also true. But it works though. It does work. Sadly. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a matter of what is your interest? What is the interest of the company that you are working with or for, or the product that you are building? And what is your personal sentiment when it comes to the thing that you're trying to build and create? And then build for that. If you currently are just a new designer and you are in a startup, I would recommend to find an agency, a design agency instead. Um, to me, it's been the most fruitful learning experience where instead of having like a one product to work on and have the time to do the research, have the time to do wireframes, the testing, and all of that, in agency, you are basically in a tight deadline. You need to do the things as fast as you can so that you can have another client coming in basically the next week or the next month or the next whatever. But that the speed that I have now is basically due to the first two agencies that I joined. I had to be faster than the client's requests. And so that taught me to do the research beforehand on the thing that the client was supposed to ask based on the thing that they were asking in the first place. So common thing, let's say that the client is requesting like a dating app design type of situation. I need to know about dating apps patterns, dating apps potentials, and current behaviors to ensure that at least when we have the discussion, I understand what they are talking about, they understand what I'm talking about, and I am designing something that is at least to the level that they are expecting because the only frame of reference that they have is the current state of the market. So the research that either happens before the conversation is happening really fast, extremely condensed because I can't really do intensive research on things, but it teach me speed, efficiency, and like basically time management on my own to ensure that I have as much understanding of the thing that I'm going to do before the thing that I'm going to do happens. The good thing with agencies because you have one client that does a dating app. The dating app that you do is successful. Other people comes to you to create another dating app. So you already have that knowledge on that specific topic. Once that new client comes in, it's just adding on top of the existing knowledge that you have and say, well, we want a Tinder copy, right? And we just have location sharing on top. I don't know, whatever. But you already have that knowledge of how Tinder works, and then you say, oh, it's just like location sharing on top. So you just need to do the research on location sharing. And then you have someone else that comes in and say, well, we are doing something that is location sharing, but we are not like a dating app. It's just like sharing places and location sharing between friends, but places recommendation. But the only thing that you need to learn is places recommendation. And that might happen in the span of a year, might happen in the span of 3 months in an agency. Because of the speed that you have, you basically take on so much knowledge so fast that when you finally break off the agency, which is usually after like 2.5 years, 3 years of agency work, the amount of knowledge that you have, greater than any knowledge someone can have that has been in-house for their whole formative years. You basically know so much about things that the internal team might have not thought about, and you will make connection, or at least that's how I did, make connection in between things that just makes no sense, in the sense of location sharing, places recommendation, dating apps, food truck thingy that you have worked on, and so on. You're like, well, this food truck has these things for the in-house or in truck inventory that we've designed. So I know how that thing, so I know how inventory work. So I basically know how a database in an app work and how the user can set it up. And you want something on top of that, cool. And that thing that you want on top of that is the same thing that I worked on 8 years ago. So I know how that worked at that time. So I can 100% add some things on top to make it better and make the combination of things make more sense. That, that's basically what the agency gives you as such an advantage. I have never seen a designer that is in-house be quicker than me. I've seen designers that are in agency that be quicker than me, yes, 100%. But a designer that is just in-house and has been in-house their whole time, like joined the startup once, stayed in that startup, there is no level of speed that can be compared. Like, it's just, we do things much faster because the timeline is so much shorter. The examples that I give every time is that in my second agency, at some point, I had 7 projects that needed to be touched, not finished on 1 week, but I had 7 clients in the same amount of time, which meant at the time that I had client A on Monday morning, 4 hours, client B on Monday afternoon, 4 hours, client C on Tuesday because there was a meeting at the end of the day, client D like Wednesday morning, and so on. And so that is the type of thing that I used to do and ensure that all these different projects received the same amount of design and the same amount of thought that I could. And you need to be prepared. Like, you need to know so much that it just helps. It just helps. So for your initial question, Ferry, I don't know if you're still lurking, because you said thank you earlier. If you are, for your initial question of how to gain speed, that's basically it. Join an agency, join a design agency, and you will learn so much so fast. It will be good. I mean, I think it will be good. I don't know. It depends on you, but yeah, that's yeah, 7 at a time, 5 at a times. Usual one was 4, so that I had like 2 big clients that were able to get 2 full days, um, like 1 day each, and then the other 5 days were like other things. But yeah, also my ADHD undiagnosed, but probably there, kind of sure type of situation, uh, allow me to jump in between ID for client A, then ID for client D, then back to B, then C, then A, then B again, and just jumping around on the same day in the same hour of like, oh, I just got an ID for that thing. Do the thing, go back to what you were doing, and so on. So yeah, it's a good option. However, I don't know where you live. That sounds weird. uh, but if you currently have a job in design, don't quit. Do not. If you quit your job, it is because you have received a written letter of employment somewhere else. I have been unemployed for the past 2 years. Not actively looking, but still looking for a position. But for the past 2 years, I've been just looking around to see if there is like a position somewhere for me. Even though I have the experience, I have the skills, I have most of the things, most of the companies that I'm applying for are looking for, I am still unemployed after 2 years. So, you currently have a job, keep it. Kind of hard right now. I did have designers above me and designers under me at many occasions. I like both. Um, Tops, bottom, everything, fine. We like them all. We don't care. Yes, the job market right now is kind of awful. I agree. By the way, Manny, how is you? I remember you were in the same situation as me. I mean, not necessarily you were laid off by things. God damn. Um, you found something, right? I remember that. I mean, I remember LinkedIn post from you saying something like this. But also, I don't know. I don't read. Unpaid startup work right now. That's really bad. If that's what I saw. Congrats. If you are currently doing unpaid work for a startup, very, um, and they are requesting you to be faster, fuck off. They're not paying you to be faster. They're not paying you at all. So if you take 5 more weeks, that's on them. If they stop paying you, maybe you can move your ass and go faster. But no. If it's free work, no getting faster. That is not an option. Please. I know it might be your first jobs and your first things, but yeah. The best thing that you will do in terms of speed is going to duplicate content, specifically if you are doing like mobile apps right now, and that's what you're interested in. Um, Duplicate. Find an app, find a dribble thing, and just recreate it in the design tool of choice that you have. Um, but yeah, like as much as you can. I see. They do background checks on you, Annie. That's so sad. I mean, I get it, but that's so sad. No, I get it. I understand. Oh, I wish I had money, to be honest. I wish I had so much money that I could hire most of you and give you the work that you want to do. Is my company would be so simple. Like, you do good work, cool. You hired. You fuck up, you fired. That's it. Like, there is no more questions. Sturdy, hi, walk on in. Did you say hi earlier and I didn't see your message? That might be what happened. Might be what happened. Didn't see your message. My bad. Bad. But yeah, Ferry, if you are looking for speed, um, you have multiple options. Best option is speed for yourself. So you just put yourself with challenges, micro challenges at the beginning of the day. That can simply be the same thing that I shared earlier, right? Where you go into whatever tools you like for inspiration. Let's say you like Dribble and you are currently working on an app design for something, whatever. I don't really give a shit, to be honest. It depends on you, but like you find this and you're like, I like this. That's your morning attempt. You need to redesign one of these three screens, or the three if you have the times, but I doubt it. And you give yourself a timer. Let's say 30 minutes to an hour. Just how do you do it? What do you do? What needs to work? What doesn't work? And so on. Maybe in the beginning, you are going to go with the easier screens just because it makes more sense. And your goal here is going to be to recreate the layout, not necessarily the visuals, like the thing, right? The image, you might not have access to this, so I get it. But the layout itself, you need icons, or maybe you need a UI kit for that. Um, and then text, cool. Buttons, cool. That's about it. That probably should take me 5 minutes in total to make this. If I don't pay attention, if I pay attention and I want to have like components and reusable elements, 15, maybe. And if I want to have the exact same thing, probably exactly the same, let's say 30 minutes, right? So I would give myself 30 minutes to an hour every morning, going on Dribble, finding something, and then getting it out, getting it before my work day. And then you just do that every day with everything. And the goal for finding something is you look for stuff and you're like, oh, cool, how the fuck did they do that? That's just the way that your brain should react. And that means I understand how this works, but I don't know if I have the skills to recreate it. That's your cue. That's where you're like, okay, cool. So this looks really interesting. I don't know exactly how it has been made, but let me see if I can figure it out. And I'm gonna just go in there and then recreate it. Maybe it's gonna be shit. Maybe it's gonna be good. Maybe it's gonna be better than what they have made. I don't know, but that's the plan. That's the situation that you need to be on. So it's the how the how did they do that? How right? That's the type of things. So here, for example, how do they do this visual thing? Like how is that a thing for them? I don't know. Let me try to recreate that. That is going to give you 15 to 30 minutes to an hour every morning before work. You get warmed up, get up to speed to using the tool, remembering where things are. And the more you do it, the better you become at it. Again, I did that for 3 years straight of recreating things in terms of UI related designs, like making sure that I just go in and like, okay, cool, so that's a really interesting design. It's a really fun separation thing. I see that it's two different frames. I can kind of see that there is like a bit of a shadow, but not really much, but like kind of things here and then this. element is interestingly weirdly made. I might not be able to do that, whatever. And then that's the challenge. Um, and that's that's the easiest thing to do, to be honest. It is 30 minutes to an hour of your day every morning is the time I spend on TikTok every day. Not really. I'm lying there. Let me just check so that you know. Okay, I will answer your question in a second. Um, it is on screen time, right? Uh, do we have? We don't. Yeah, only 34 pickups of TikTok today. Let's go 2 weeks ago. I guess if I go in weeks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That happens. Eh, you know. So I have the time. But yeah, that's the easiest thing to do and to put in place to ensure that you have something that just makes sense to you and get faster. Just because your goal is to get faster, so you will have more interest in duplicating things. And it is a matter of just whatever the fuck is in front of you in that morning specifically. If you want to recreate specifics, do that as well. Like maybe you are into um like the app that you're building for is uh something for pharmacy. I don't know, like drugs and shit. And you just need to go inside of the search. You look for something that seems interesting or seems pretty good based on their charts, their whatever, and then you recreate this because it is in the topics in questions. Maybe you are into K beauty, maybe you are into music, maybe the app that you're building with a startup that you are working with is on a very specific domain and you just want to help them go faster, further, all that. That's all you need. You just need to go in, get into the search specifics, and that will help. So that's your option number one that I want to mention is the best option because you retained the knowledge. Option number two is our friends at UI8, and they are a shop or marketplace, things design related. And so if you look for a UI kit and you know that you want something that is related to e-commerce or apps, mobile, something, um, like let's say you need news and media, that's the work that you're trying to make right now, this thing already exists. And it will cost you 35 bucks. And it's the speed of 3 seconds. Click, you pay, and you're done. And then you have the Figma file that you can use in wherever you want because you have the license. In terms of speed, don't beat that. You will learn nothing. But if you really need something really quick, go there. It's an option. Mello, hi, welcome on in. Before I answer your question, how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thank you for chatting. Appreciate it. I do recommend Dribble for most of the things, to be honest. People have been complaining about Dribble a long time ago when I started using it and it was still into uh, invite only type of website. The web design is good. The reason why it was really bad in the past was because we didn't have the tech to achieve the things that the designers had in mind. Nowadays, there is nothing on Dribble that cannot be achieved. Like, most of the wildest things we've seen in Dribbles when I started working 20 years ago, I mean, technically, let's say 16 years ago, um, are now 3 clicks, and that's that. Yeah, Dribble is really good, was really good, is still really good. The only thing that is really bad about Dribble is the fact that they have changed their pro plan and they also have changed their bots situation, which means that right now my things here, I've been getting a lot more followers than I should have. It's good on paper, right? 15,000 followers for the amount of views, not good. I mean, these two make sense, but you know. But yeah, no, Dribble is really good for everything. In terms of inspiration, you have a lot of things. Going back to Mobbin, which I talked about earlier, which is really good, and I recommend it because obviously I have some sort of an affiliate link with them. Makes sense for me to recommend them. Um, Mobbin is only gonna give you things that are in production. So the inspiration you get from apps or websites or whatever, I think Mobbin site is coming soon, which is well coming soon, but all that is limited to what is currently in production. You can't get the wildest dream that someone has right now for their current app project that they are currently building because it's not in there just yet. They don't have the information because it's not in production just yet. So that alongside um, the fucking thing, not noticed in prod. What's the? I forgot, but 60 FPS is the same thing. Like 60 FPS design is really good for animation if you're looking for interaction design and other things to get a bit more yeah, interesting in your apps and projects. This is really good. That is again mostly if you have also have more stuff, but like mostly production stuff. So there you are limited to what is in production. Whereas Dribble is going to give you stuff that you were not supposed to see just yet. Um, it happens. It happens. What happens? No, Roskies. What's happening on the side? But yeah, like shit like this, for example, is something that is really common to see specifically right now for dashboards, and it is good in terms of understanding design and so on. And then again, if I'm looking at this, that's their website, that's this person account, and um, they have a ton more stuff that looks really similar. I don't know if it's in the same project, but right, I'm looking on something else. They have a very distinctive design style. That can be something that I can use as a reference for some other things and so on. So yes, Dribble is really good. Um, the other that we recommend, which we half recommend because it's kind of dead, but it's also there, is Layers. Layers.to is another options, but it's also basically everything you see on Twitter already. If you are someone that follows design on Twitter, most of the things that you see here are going to be things that you have already seen without ads in the center. So, you know, that's a good thing. uh, Other than that, like, for inspiration related stuff, I used to go to Pinterest, but Pinterest is now simply AI, and their overall like algorithm is shit. I'm so sad about it. I don't know what they did, but 3 months ago, perfect. I mean, maybe four, 4 months ago, I was recommending Pinterest to any designer and their mom to get inspiration there because it makes so much more sense. And then they switched something, and my feed is shit. Like, I have quotes on everything. I have girly pop fashion things, which is not necessarily my thing. I don't mind, but it's not my stuff. And most of the design related things are not there anymore. And every time I'm like, I'm not interested in that. Like it's not relevant. And that's not relevant. And I've been doing that for days. Just remove things and trying to do the opposite, like going into stuff that make more sense, saving that into branding, saying that to the design things and so on, and it's just so bad. But the same thing happens, right? Pinterest is an aggregator of content, so anyone that is wanting to share something will be able to take a screenshot and just share the things. Some of them are sharing with the ads and the good references, but yeah, yeah. So Pinterest used to be good, but it's not good anymore. Not as good as it used to be. Um, the only way that I have right now to get into the flow that I need to have is to find a design related stuff and go into that sub feed about it. Like, it's not great, but it's still an option. Let me read that. Your layout, whether you can't pick up by using tools pretending to be a. I don't know about that. Um, yeah, I get it. I thought there was like a. Wasn't there the thing earlier last month? It's not. There was a thing to compile and use content directly from Windows to Mac OS and shit. But yes, no, I do understand. I mean, that's the reason why I have a Mac, a PC, 200 phones, an iPhone, an iPad. Like, at least I have ways to check if the thing that I'm building is working on everything. Yes, I understand. I understand. There is another app. Um, buy second hand, like buy an iPhone 30, for example, or iPhone 12. iPhone 12 might be deprecated soon, so maybe not. But like, yeah, buy a top of the line of 3 years ago or something. That would be maintained long enough for 7 years usually. Uh, pays for itself, and if it's second hand and you don't really care if it has like scratches or broken back glass because you have a case on it and so on, it'd be fine. But yeah, that also doesn't help. Doesn't help indeed. Um, but yeah, Barry, that's the overall thing I would say. And Mellow in terms of recommendation for inspiration. Pinterest is still good if you look for things and you just do some research in there. Like it has the biggest source of things based on where you are geographically. Geographically, goddamn. Uh, you may have access to other things. Like I love this website, Chinese websites, duplicate of Pinterest in Chinese, and they have a UI UX related thing that is more mobile than anything. It's a bit annoying when you don't have an account because it brings you here every time, and it's annoying. What? You know, you can just scroll through things, then find some inspiration. Be good with it, you know. That's cool though. But yeah, this website for Urban is really good. I do like it. Makes my work on it. The decoing. And so that's good. Secondary option is gonna be weirdly enough Behance. If Pinterest doesn't work, Behance is really good, still really good. Um, to get a bit more information, right? Something that is a bit more whatever thinking there is. So Perry is the same. That's mostly also for you. Something that I picked up when I was in LLC as well. If you're working on something, someone, and it's something that exists, right? You're building again a dating app because that's the thing that is in front of us right now, right here. If your client is asking for a dating app, you don't have the time to do the research. Someone has done the research for you. So there is a UI UX case study for dating app right here. In there, in that case study on Behance, there might be a lot of things are fake, a lot of things that are true, and the personas, the solutions, the thing that they have pinpointed, figured out, found out in terms of research and so on, is in there. You can just go through Behance content, look for case studies in the specific niche that you're trying to build on, and work on that. Why do we have Facebook for dating apps? So you have all the things, you have the research that has been done. You may have like user flows, as we were talking about earlier, right? How things are supposed to behave, and and potential UI elements. I don't know if that's necessary for you, but at least you have like a bit of a wireframe thing, and you're like, okay, cool. So I'm seeing that they have made this choice specifically for that specific screen that I'm working on right now that I would probably need to have as well in my specific dating app that I'm building. I do like their concept, so maybe I can just reuse that as an inspiration or propose that to the client right now. Use that case study as source material for reference and research material. Because again, you're working on something, you don't have the time to do the research. The research is already existing somewhere by someone else, for sure. Like there is no question about it. Any product that already has a similar thing exists. There is someone that has worked on it, and there is probably someone that has made a case study about it. That's the first thing. The second thing is because these are more in-depth case studies, you have the ability to get into like alternative type of situation. So let's say I'm clicking on this. This is take control of your money flow. So that's probably a budgeting type app. It's finances. If you look at these designs, these contents, these things, this is really small of a landing page, but that could be transposed to something else. You could use that design and concept for a food tracking app. Like you need to track your macros, you need charts, you need data, and you need entries, like entry points. So that app is kind of similar to this food macro tracking app because it's just the same fundamental content of most smallest element will give you some data. That's some of the things that you can do. Like maybe you have, let me think the other way around. Maybe your finances, right? Again, case studies, research, personas already done for you. You don't need to do anything other than that flow is not exactly what we need. Like this section doesn't exist for us, but we do have this and this. Therefore, work is done. That's one way to get faster, like faster. But more stuff. More stuff that can help you and more inspiration for desktop as well. Behance is really good, really useful because you have so much and you do have um, more things that you were not necessarily expecting in other places. So in there you will find the frames, the desktop, tablets, mobile things that probably you will not find in Figma community elements. Um, also, this is kind of weird, but I know how it sounds, but do it. If you know for a fact that there is something that you would love to never work on, do some research on it. Like I would love to never be part of a design for the military. For sure. I have done intensive research on current state of military projects or military related projects so that I am still aware of what goes on there. I don't want to touch it, but I know what can be done, what exists, and what should be potentially ported from military website and apps and things to other things like datings or macro tracking, financials, and so on. So if you know for a fact that you would love to never, 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 never work on something, research it as much as you can so that you know exactly what happens, what is the state of the thing that you don't like. You will probably be all the time while looking at it like, ugh, that looks like shit. That's not exactly what I want. I don't understand why they do this. But as soon as you just see it as a design project and research project, it's going to make more sense. I'm looking on this because I've seen something in the thumbnail that I'm like, that could be really interesting in Figma. Nice green. There's a nice green. You can also see these, right? These don't make sense for design purposes instead of like UI UX design, but References, interest. Like this one looks pretty cool. The way that they have this presented, that could be a really, really nice Instagram post for an ad, for example. You would have your content with maybe like just the shape that looks like this. This would be, I don't know, an ad for a wine bar, and the label on top of the glass is just with the information about the wine bar location and things, But that's a bit of a glass of wine situation. You remove that pillow, you get like the bottom of the wine glass. Pretty cool composition overall. So you can get inspiration from everything all the time. Do they? I do like this though. A very interesting roof ceiling situation. The fact that it extends, that's the thing that I don't really understand. I'm used to have the arch go through the walls, not through the beams. Anyways, design inspiration is coming from everywhere. That's the main point. Is the main point. The Behance is pretty good for these types of things, for research and also for references when you don't have time. Other than that, not much more. I mean, there is plenty of stores like UI8 to get references and already made, right, UI kits. Twitter is really good. I mean, Threads is really much better. I think you could see some ass. Hello there. No ass on load. Good. Some ass underneath. But most of the things that I'm seeing on Threads right now are mostly UI related, and it's pretty good. We could have that, yes. It's just interesting content from different people, from different type of people. That's nice to have the that is some titties right there. I can tell you, I can see that. Nope, not screwed down. But shit like this. I mean, this is 60 FPS, so that makes sense. But like, that's pretty cool of an interest an interaction. This is Capwords, an app that we talked about 3 months ago. That received an Apple Award, which was really appreciated. Yeah, nice transition, nice animation, nice everything they've done. We like everything they've done. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, Thread is really good for references as well. Sadly, Reddit isn't. Yeah. Undeclared. Hi, welcome back. How are you? Everything is good on this side. Things are. I'm tired because I'm working too much, but yeah. Yes, I know. Makes sense. Do have a lot of ads. One of the issue that I have with Twitter is the fact that I can't move out of um the main feed. Basically, any post that gained traction is like there is porn in the replies. Like there is no question about it, and that's kind of sad. I mean, depends on who you are and what you do, but yeah. I mean, give me a link. Show me the things. I know that we have Dapshi's Uh, I mean, they actually said that they sent me something, but I don't see said something. You can share a link right directly in the chat. Both works. Both works. But yeah, no, Dapshi said something earlier, but now I don't see said things. Also, huh? Your username is no. That's neat. So yeah, if you want to share something directly inside either the chat, in the chat is, but either the chat or the Discord in the design and help uh, threads, channel things, that works. All works. All works. All sure. Yeah. The worst website ever. Yes, do that. I hate this website, but yes, yeah. I hate it. Yeah. Yeah. Use whatever. As long as I have something to take a look at, we're good. We are good. Oh, so I'm so dead. God damn. Oh, by the way, because last week I was saying that I was watching Stargate again, it's third time. I'm finally reaching Atlantis. God damn. Oh, they took their sweet time again. Not there yet, but soon there. We finally have the first ship. We haven't seen Stargate. What the fuck are you doing? But yeah, we finally have the first ship. We've had the power source for a bit, but no one knew what it was. And yeah, again, the reason why I love Stargates, specifically Atlantis, I would rather have the team of SG1 in Atlantis, but that's a different thing, is the UIs of stuff. Because it is old tech mixed with their um, vision of what futuristic advanced technology would be. And it's good and bad at the same time. And there are some things in there that are really good. And Atlantis, specifically in the ships, is so much better in terms of human interface than the one that we have for the ghouls and so on. So yeah, that seems like me right there. Like, give me some context. Uh, I mean, Teal'c is just weird. We now are in the arc where he has hair. But you know. And this is a browser window management thing. I see. That you called Metadoc, I guess, based on the name that I can see right here. And that is a very flattering screenshot. I appreciate it. Thank you. um, so, based on this, I'm expecting this is a handle for dragging your window based on where you want them to be. You have the ability to pop out things. if this is a browser, you have your URL search at the top, a ton of information at the top as well, which I don't know if it's necessary, but I get it. Favorite, I'm guessing like bookmarks and shit. I'm analyzing it. Don't worry about it. I make a weird face, but that's just because I get it. Is it everything horizontal every time? Everything needs padding. From what I can see right now, everything kind of needs padding. Depends on your screen sizes. Like right now, I don't know if this is work. I mean, this is not working for my screen, for example, because this is like too tiny for everything. The question was, are you doing this horizontal only, as in window management, and you just have horizontal things? Or can you have like another window at the bottom here, for example? And how many can you have in a row? Like, could you horizontal and vertical? I see. So it's some sort of a tweet deck situation with vertical splits. You might be interested in Stack for reference if we haven't talked about it before. Yeah. Stack is one of these old browser that is horizontal navigation thingy with environments, kind of like Arc has, but weirdly placed, really laggy to be honest. I wish they had open sourced this thing since they went into like the NFT thing. So to me, everything needs a bit more space. Your headers are a bit tight, and your font sizes at that level are a bit tight as well. Image itself, I don't know how much it is. 13. Yeah, you're welcome. 1392. What the fuck is that? Yeah. Echt. Yeah. Mm. If I'm looking at it right from here, from this point of view, and I'm just gonna move that underneath, and I'm getting the like my regular tab bar related thing in terms of content, you can see how much smaller your text is and how much tighter your content is. So the distance that I have on my Mac zoomed in at the size of your monitor right here in terms of width is roughly getting 56, 54 pixels at the top. For you, well, that's almost half. So spacing on everything would help for sure. Size of content would probably help. Unless your screen is currently having some sort of a zoom out situation where you have your font settings to be as small as possible or smaller than the usual behavior, in which case, not really count that. But yeah, at least more spacing around your elements would help. The recommendation. This is recommendation, right? Buttons in terms of things that needs to be clicked on desktop are usually recommended to be somewhere along the line of 38 to 40. I mean, 48 is like mobile, but like 32 to 38 is the size of a button. So currently, like your tab would benefit from getting a bit more height as well. If you look at the tabs of Figma, they are entire things that take like technically 60 or 54 pixels of height. So basically your entire header is 54. I understand that it will reduce your amount of height in terms of website and content. So could see that as a bad idea from your point of view. But having your buttons at 32 at a minimum, which would like your icons are clickable, text are clickable, and so on. You can kind of see how matches when I'm looking existing things. Um, 32 right here. I think the buttons they are 32 as well. You know, common patterns. So I would do that. Same thing for your inputs, making it almost double the size. Uh, that's, I mean, that, again, that's basically just padding. Yes. Other than that, the understandability of what it is, um, is a bit confusing. Um, like I'm guessing in order for me to get like a new page, I'm gonna have to press that plus right here. And potentially on hover here, I have a plus, and if I click it, I can add something in the center. Or maybe it's just the drag and hold to resize. I don't really know. But there is lack of understanding from my part of what is available, what can be done, and so on. Like I'm seeing these for your add-on, potentially profile, if that's the icon, but it's really tiny. And then menu. Now on this side, you have the same. So yeah, that I'm guessing purple is your user profile, as in the same thing that Arc has, where I'm here, that's like profile A, and then I'm going into my space B. That's different color because different profile. But then there's different thing. That's the same type of situation. The reason why I'm saying this is because my tabs here are using the same purple thing. So, like, not sure. It's confusing. That's where I land. There is a lot of things that I can look at, and in that lot of things that I can look at, there is not much understanding from me. So, yes, I might be a dumbass at times, often, give you that, but if I, as a dumbass, can't understand it, complicated. If you go into Arc, because you know, that's where we go, and you look at how they have organized stuff, it's kind of similar, right? You basically are here and you want to get like more split view, more things, and add a split view at the right, uh, left of this, right from the menu right here, so that, you know, that's the split view menu. However, you might be able to notice that header here is flooded with things. This one isn't. So for you, I have the exact same thing on both, regardless. technically on all three of my headers, but you know, right here, this one is a current selected tab with the white outline around it. That's the behavior. And therefore there is minimal amount of distraction on the other one because it doesn't need the distraction. Like I'm supposed to be working on this one because this is the last one I've clicked on. I have my tools, I have my things here. If I'm going there, I have the information that I need here. All like all the times. That's the first thing. Second thing is when I'm looking at it from this point of view, I really can see the separation between the two. So that space right here is way bigger than the space that you have added here. Um, and second thing is difference in colors is non-existent. So that might be the theme that you currently have, but that is a bit green, and it's not light enough or dark enough or anything enough for me to say, oh, that's two different windows. In the first place, I was thinking, oh, that's one site with me and Google on the same thing. That's weird. But then I figured it out. But yeah, so uh, focus window should be highlighted. I wish I could. I mean, I know I can do just that, which is exactly what I did a second ago. Um, if you take a look at my prompter with the chat, it looks bad, but it works. This is a split view on edit, like pulled out of the regular window thing, and the one that is currently selected is bright blue outline, like light blue. And if you look at the distance in between the edge of arc and the edge of the window, regardless of whatever it is, we have a ton of space. Like I think it's 8 points, 9 points ish, 10 points regardless if we count the border. But right, we have 10 points in between everything compared to what you currently have here, which seems to be somewhere along the line of like 3, 4, maybe? Uh, 4, exactly 4. So doubling that might help to give your thing more space, more understanding, and so on. Again, it goes back to the same thing as more space, more padding, more stuff. That's one of the things. I think overall, based on what I can tell from here, other than the fact that I don't understand what is in the top right, the tools, it seems like a pretty okay option, limiting the amount of distraction based on the current highlighted tabs, currently selected tabs, made a lot more sense to me. And then making sure that you have your elements big enough so that people can click on it and understand what they are. I would say, do we have this? I don't think we do. What's the name of this thing? I did that in the past. For one of my old client, I don't know if I still have it. In the, I probably in there. There. Maybe it's there. We'll see. Ah, shit, we don't have it. For this client right here, we used to have like a drag and drop builder type of situation where basically what happened was you drop like whatever elements you wanted, And then once you have that element selected, you had the ability to define where you want the other things to be placed. And so with that in mind, you ended up with something similar to that element, which is weird. It will not really work in terms of how you see it, but it might make sense. Um, Basically, the goal on these cards is that if, or technically, or when you're hovering something like a card, you get options to, do things all around. So if you were, to me, it would be like close to the edges of a window, giving your users the ability to see that, oh, they can add something on the side or underneath or on top or on the other side of something would potentially help to make the features of window management a bit more obvious than what it currently isn't. Um, because like that kind of makes sense. Like I'm here and I'm like, oh, cool, I can click on stuff. That makes sense. Yeah, 100%. I can click on stuff. Let's do stuff and so. So like that could help in terms of ensuring that you have some sort of a helper situation where the user knows, oh, okay, so I can have something in the center on hover. This could be something like just a matter of this in the center of the view with maybe something like this. I know it doesn't look like much right now, but let's say you had this is big. Not, not do that. Let's say this was blue. This is blue for some reason. And it's just if you are close to the edge, it gives you whichever edge it is, but maybe it just follows your cursor. So if you like somewhere around here, it gives you the plus, and if you scroll back up, and it's just appearing if you are in the side 32 points, like it's just follow through. Maybe it's distracting. I don't know. Um, but something that hints that, oh yeah, you can do that. And if you are in the center, it's just a drag handle. Like it's if you click just on the drag handle, it plus add something in the center. If you click and drag, well, it's precise the shit because that's how you are expecting it to kind of works. So I mean, that's it's a small thing, and so you can have the same thing at the bottom. It would be kind of weird though because you will only see half of the element. Um, well, why not? The only thing that is kind of weird though is going to be somewhere um, around here where you're basically going to have this. If you are somewhere around here, the 1616. So a bit hard, but potential, potential. And so that basically implies that you have some sort of a this is 16. 16 is fine. It's not like visible enough and understandable enough to be annoying. At least not to me. Where you have that zone around the currently active page or the currently hovering page. gives you this potential zone. The thing that we have here, for example, is wherever in the view, if I'm like in the first 48-ish pixels, I'm getting a drag. If I'm here, it doesn't work. If I'm there, it kind of works. If I'm right here, it still works. If I'm right here, and then not. There is like 60 pixel here ish to reorganize and remove the window. So it sometimes is annoying if you have something that needs to be clicked and dragged at the top of the window. Technically, the website takes over, but it's just if there is no activable element in that zone of the website, Arc is taking over to get like my drag as an option. So, like that's again, it's a potential you could have on wherever. Um, but yeah, other than that, be more than 16. I feel like 32 is too much. Like 32 is too much, but why not? That's enough. I really want to know, like, why. Nope. Uh, these makes no sense to me. As they are. Like, settings, full screen. I thought that Windows default was this for full screen. So, I don't know. Lock, I'm expecting this is a lock for the current layout. But I don't know. Save is probably saving the layout. But again, I don't know. And then trash is trash to layout, and so therefore you are cleaning up all the windows that are currently set up. Or are you losing your content? That feels really weird. And then you have zooming in, zooming out, which makes absolutely no sense either for me. And a full screen thing on the header, which again seems to be the same thing as this. So I really don't understand why. So yeah, I see. Yeah, so it's basically I, I feel like trash might be too strong. Um, Obviously I'm gonna plug that in.
Mom!
I think you might benefit from something like where the fuck you ain't. We had it's in tools. It's supposed to be tools. Like a cleanup brush, like a broom. I was right. It was in tools. Um, could make way more sense. Just clean up the environment, or something like revert or reset or somehow like an arrow to help. That might make a lot more sense. Than the trash. Not that I don't like the trash, but it's a bit confusing. The other thing that I'm not really understanding personally is the settings. Um, unless this is like light mode, dark mode situation, and it's just like a button that you can click to get like access to light mode. These are here to me. Um, like if it's the website slash app menu, it that's it. Like you don't need to have it in both places. You put it in one place, and then people go there when they are expecting to see like the settings. Um, Same thing for the zooming in and out. This is in uh, this thing, which right now has an icon on top. Uh, but in my Windows settings, I have my zooms, and you know, I do have that. So all of these things that you currently have, to me, are supposed to be around here. Like your workspace, save your workspace, your um, load workspace, all of that, because you do have save, log, whatever. If that is all your workspace, this is going to happen here. So all of these things are, to me, going into your menu, like regular app menu, because that makes a lot more sense. And then your bookmarks and visibility. I don't know why you have visibility. That makes no sense to me right now. But bookmarks are supposed to be in the bookmarks line on Chrome, for example. Um, Same thing, like that goes into your workspace or your view or something. This makes more sense. So your bookmarks here are supposed to be there, and then if you have more, then you have more, but that's about it. Um, but yeah, like that's, to me, that would help tremendously to have like a better overall understanding of things. You know, even if you keep the same size, it's already cleaner, and therefore I understand a bit better what can happen, what can't happen, what's good, what's not good, and so on. Um, Profile can stay there. Like I don't
Mom!
mind this. Lock him. Fine. Walk on him. Um, and that's about it. uh, I mean, going back to what I said in the beginning and what you said as well. I think if you just bump the spacing and bump the the size of things a tad, like adding 4 points here and there, you would end up with something that's way more accessible and way more usable than this. um, Without a lot more work on the ground. Like it's just, oh yeah, more spacing. Like this one is kind of weird to me. Um, and you have, like, I'm not paying attention. I don't know if this is linked to this. So that debatable. Same thing. Like I don't know if this icon is linked to this icon. I know it's not, but they're so close together that I would say it's a bit distracting. How was your weekend, Larkin? How's everything? Usual questions. About it. I don't think I have anything else to add. Um, yeah, no, that's about it. Unless, unless, um, this, I would rather have uh, an app-wide profile than a tab-wide or tab-specific profile. Um, but yeah, I do. I have plans. I mean, I have plans on the weekends most of the times. Yeah. Don't you have a wedding next month? Or was on the 14th? I knew it was June something. Wasn't sure if it was June or July. Yeah, I mean, and declare that would be my main thing. If I have like a app-wide profile that can be changed, I feel like it would be better. And then if I have like again, this profile here is my regular uh, Gmail account. This profile here is my business Gmail account. This profile here, my regular Gmail account, and this is my Japanese account. You know, like that makes sense to me. Um, it's easier, I would say. So yeah, it's profile wide definition, and that's it. Same thing on anyway. Got that. Yeah. On Stack, it's kind of the same thing. Where I have same interface, but then I have my spaces and options change from here, like from the flows, from adding like more space, more stuff, or whatever. Um, it just makes sense to me. You know, yeah, no, that's about it. You're welcome. What we do? Uh, Also, Khalil, if you're still lurking, you usually are. You talked about widgets. We do have widgets, but not on Android, not yet. I haven't touched Android code in 2.5 months, to be honest. I've been deep, deep on the on the iOS version, and it's taking way too much time. So yeah, we do have these for the widgets. We have, I think I have a screenshot of something else, but I forgot. I just have these two. We have another one. We have a third one that is basically same, but with 2 to 3 examples, sentences when necessary. I don't like it. I don't think we should have it. So yeah. I don't know if I need any tech advice though. That's a good question. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not setting foot to the Japan Expo. Nope. 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 What? Nope. Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. Many reasons. Many reasons. Depending on the day, it depends. I need to check. I let me let me see. Let me see before I say anything. Uh, I know my sister's is supposed to come Paris. I don't know if it's this weekend or the next one. The next one. Not this weekend. So I have an event this weekend. I have a cursor event this weekend. There is a meetup. And then there is another one on the 10th. Fun stuff. They sent me a message saying, we want to invite you because you are one of the most active users on the platform. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I am. Specifically when you do this magnificent thing of this is just this month's, but also, you know, oh, I can't go further than this. That's so crazy. Uh, cursor event. Um, so Cursor has or is trying to do a lot of events in plenty of places right now, and making sure that there is like, uh, how can I say, community of developers and AI enthusiasts. You know, it just happens. Yeah. I mean, I'm destroying their bandwidth for sure. I I have said the same thing. Um, I have said the same thing to myself, Droskis. Just, it's, I, I'm gonna come here to tell you this. Is there is something that you forgot? It's a meetup of fiber coders. French. French vibe coders. I I'm probably gonna need a week of vacation after that. The psychological like toll that it takes on me is already happening, and the event is in a week and a half. I am. It's free, and there is free food, and I will not say no to free food. But god damn, French fry quotas? No, no, no. So that's the thing. That is not a good idea. But we'll see. I'm gonna be one of the people that are arriving early as always and going to bed early. So I'm gonna leave before most of the people are there. It's also like an opportunity for me to meet some people that could require design work. That is the only reason I'm going. Because these vibe coders usually are devs that don't have the design skills. So if I can bring the design skills, um, why not? Like that is the only option or the only reason why I'm going. God damn. But I wish I could not. I wish I could not. But that's not for this time. Would be for another time. You're in also. Hi, welcome. It is. It is way too hot. It's currently 30 degrees outside, and the AC that I have right next to me is not running at full powers just yet. It's good. I don't think you you see my side of things, Prosky. Most of my design clients are consulting jobs. So I'm not necessarily designing things, but I could consult and help, again, the same thing that I'm doing on stream, into directing the design and the direction they are currently taking into something that makes more sense, that is more usable, and so on. And so my services is more on consulting than on creating the design themselves. If they generated the design with AI, I'm fine with it because I know how shitty it is. So I can just help them get something that is better. But that's a very good thing in terms of financial options as well. I know that these people, vibe coders and others, are not necessarily like the wealthiest of people, but the people that are into AI is the same kind of. I. It's gonna sound weird. I'm not saying that it is the same type of people, but it kind of is. Crypto bros and AI bros are kind of the same type of person in a way when you are like deep into whichever side you are. Um, so there is some money in there to be made, and specifically, I'm expecting some of the guys at Mistral is one of the other AI that is pretty popular because it's like good and on device is pretty nice. And they are French, sadly, so they probably will be there as well. So that's options, like just Eh, I don't really mind. I'm in kind of enthusiast about AI additions to the workforce, and I built something using AI. Right, my app is basically just coded with AI. So, eh, eh, why not go there? Why not go there? I mean, it's better to do this than to do what my French government wants me to do, which is called like a police officer. No sense to me. Have kids? Yes, yes, 100%. Not happening. Go to a cursor event in France. That's happening next week, I think. But that's the thing. Also, uh, for the AC things, buy yourself a mini split. There is a new kind of mini split that are really good. Let me see if I can find it. Uh, there is from the Chinese that I'm following on uh, uh, God damn, that's great. On Xiangshu, as always, there is like a lot of people that are in France. I don't understand. There are a lot of Chinese people that are in France and they are uh, buying ACs because they are complaining about the heat and they know which one is good, which is nice. So there is like a mini split that is kind of new. It has flat cable, and I've seen many houses around here that are using it as well. So let me see if I can, in between the TDs, see things and show you what I'm talking about. I can find it. I have doubts, as always. That's a pair of cheeks. God damn. Sorry. Can't see that. Mm-mm-mm. Not allowed. Um, I think it's this one. Yeah, that's the one. Uh, I don't know if you have this one as an available things. Um, but this is a mini split situation that is not necessarily that ugly, and that doesn't necessarily requires you to get uh, a hole in the wall, because the cable slash exhaust that they have is really thin. So you still have like a slit in the window. Yes, 100%. But that slit is not enough to, you know, bring back the heat inside. But this one is the one that I'm seeing, like one of the store shop downstairs has the same thing. And I was debating getting one of these as well for my kitchen. Uh, but yeah, we don't have like a slight balcony slash window slash thing that you can put it in. Just, you slot the thing on. That. Then you need one of mine. Uh, you need yeah, shut the fuck up. Fuck off. Sorry. Need one of these. That's the one that I have. I mean, that's the type that I have. Um, these are really good, to be honest. If you have the funds and you can survive and you can find them, they're really good. Just remember, um, now is not the time to buy them. No. Yeah, normal price. Because right now, don't do that. The one that I have is reversibles. It's the same thing as this, which means that it takes hot or cold depending on your settings. Yeah, that's the yeah. If you need a space heater for the winter, that's the time to buy it. Yeah, right now. Like yes, they do have. If you are like me, which now I'm doubting, but mine is going to the chimney, basically. I have the exhaust in the chimney directly because, I mean, it was supposed to support fire. I think hot air is fine. And yeah, everyone I'm talking about saying that specifically uh, is surprised that they didn't think about it. Yeah. Right now, I'm actually debating buying like a bigger one to be a bit more efficient in my house and take also the small one to put in the kitchen. But yeah, don't don't like this whole thing anyway. You know, yeah, these are great. Like a mobile version would help a ton, and make sure that you get one that is like to the size uh, of your flat a tad more in terms of reach and overall cubic, right? Fully, god damn, that's the thing. So yeah, you could like him. You could look for space heater that is reversible. So if you look for space heater right now, right, not necessarily in here because that makes no sense. Uh, what you do, uh, chauffage, chau- chauffage, bitch. Sorry, uh, chauffage mobile, chauffage mobile. Yeah, and then you add reversible. I guess reversible might help because you are looking for chauffage. You might be able to get something that gives you a C but cheaper. Some shit like this, maybe. It's you know might also one review at 1 star makes no sense, but yeah. Um, yes, also yes. You're right. Makes sense.
A flicker of light ignite.
Also yes.
Lost and torn. Rebirth.
Brain is giving me so much more information. Also, if you are not, you don't have an AC and you have a fan, put the fan blowing the air out the window, not to yourself. Open the window and then you put the fan in front of it to get the air that is inside, put it out. That's gonna help so much. So much. Like it's not even close. You will basically change the temperature of your rooms almost instantly because you're taking the inside air, putting it outside, and it's just cooling the temperature really, really quickly. So, yeah, do that. Do for sure. It will help. Why do you have garlic in the brewery?
In the depths of darkest night.
That's debatable. This is a debatable
Flicker of light
situation
at night.
right there.
A weary soul. Lost henceforth. Rebirth.
I mean, you can put it outside, it will dry really fast. Like right now, it's gonna dry quickly. Ah, shit. These people with weather changes, yes. I realized something not so long ago. The reason why I feel like wherever I live, I don't have a lot of rain is because I don't get out of the house. Ah, goddamn. Yeah, I don't get out of the house often, and when I do, it's because it's fine outside. Like, I so when I was in Japan, and to me, it felt like there was only like 7 to 20 days of rain overall on the full year. That's probably because I didn't get out. When I got out was in between two rain things, and yeah, if I have access to food and internet, yeah, 100%. 100%. I can, yeah. Or, yeah, yes. 100%. For sure. For sure. Anyways, goddamn, I'm so dead. Oof. That is a good question. That is a good question. I am so much dying. I guess Maya's live. I guess. Gonna be the easiest thing to do. Fastest things to do. No thinking. And we end exactly at 4:20. That is on point. Perfect timing. All day. Perfect timing. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD, because we talked a lot about starting in design today, which was really good, it's going to be on YouTube. You know, we like that. If you have a question and I'm not live for some reason, you know, go to Discord. Highly appreciate it. As always, I shall be back on Wednesday unless I'm dead because it's too hot. You know, that's that is the usual. And yeah, you can buy me some things if you want, or if you want to learn Japanese, do that. I need a sound alert for this as well, but I don't want like a cliche thing. Nonetheless, I will. But anywho, as always, drink something, eat something, be kind to each other, the usual, and I won. Congrats me. I'll see you all on Friday. No, on Wednesday. Next time. Anyways, bye.